Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in St. Lucia, where unfortunately you do see the covers on there. But the good news is it's not actually raining now. We do have a few predatory dark clouds around, but it's just been a real slight patter of rain, and we're hoping to get things off in this third T20 International very soon here. I have got Mark Butcher and Ian Bishop with me building up. But let's find out a little bit more about conditions. A little earlier, really, just not much long ago, there was more sun, and Nikhil Timchandani and Carlos Brathwaite had a look.
The English weather has followed England all throughout the Caribbean. We are in St. Lucia. Hopefully that is not too much of a concern, because it has been over the past couple of days. The ground staff have been hard at work. Now, a reminder, all 5 games in this white ball series have been won by the chasing team. Similar evening, afternoonish starts, finishing in the night, where the dew factor comes in and conditions change drastically. This has been the highest scoring venue in the Caribbean going back a few years for a number of reasons, Carlos Brathwaite. First of all, dimensions, which today are not much different. 63 meters on both sides, but the key thing is that wind factor coming from the east that does play a significant part. Now, the second factor is this surface. Carlos, from your experience, why is this the best batting surface in the region?
Good evening to all. As Nikhil said, best batting surface in the region. If you can come down with me, we normally talk about the 6 to 8 meter mark. This is just about where bowlers want to bowl. And if you look at it, even covering of grass, a little bit of cracks, more aesthetic than practical. But if you hit the ball in this area, as a batter, you can expect true bounce, true pace. You can swing through the line, and that gives batters the kind of confidence to be able to play a wide range of strokes, whether straight down the ground, offside or leg side. All
factors for an extremely exciting game.
Yeah, indeed. We're looking forward to it, of course. Amazing stuff, guys. We want to have a little bit of a philosophical conversation about this win toss, win game situation. Let's start with you, Mark Butcher. How do you counter that?
Well, it's very difficult, you know, particularly one of the things, the features of the series so far has been that we've been starting the game at 4 o'clock. We've had a lot of weather around, a lot of wet weather around, and the moisture has stayed in the pitch for the afternoon start. But then by the time you get to the second innings beginning, and the sun's beaten down and dried off all that early moisture, and then you get dew coming on, the conditions are so wildly different from first innings to second. The stats here in St. Lucia, funnily enough, they really favour teams batting first, posting totals. But again, I think having looked at the surface, you could hear the scrape marks of the bowlers as their studs were hitting the ground. You know that it's very, very hard, but there is underlying moisture there because of the weather we've had. Again, we're starting at 4 o'clock. I'm guessing that both captains will bowl first, and that there will be a difference between bowling first and bowling second here as well. Now, what do? Do you either start the game much later, start at 6 o'clock, 6, 7 o'clock, so that the conditions are more similar for both sides, and then you might find yourself in a situation where the toss doesn't dominate things to the extent that it does. But at the moment, you know, both teams have talked about it. Liam Livingstone joked he wasn't going to talk about how great England have played. He said it's brilliant we won 2 tosses. You know, and when that becomes a sort of a joking point, yes, then you know that there is something a little bit wrong in terms of the balance of the game. So listen, short of playing the game so that it is all played in the hours of daylight or all played in the hours of nighttime or under the lights, I'm not entirely sure what you can do about it. But I'm not sure that the 4 o'clock start is one that is going to make a massive amount of difference to teams wanting to chase.
Yeah, Ian Bishop, Mark Butcher, they're talking about the change in conditions. But there's even a psychological difference, isn't it, between setting a total and chasing?
Absolutely. You always wonder in the time of year that we're playing in here in the Caribbean, how much is enough? How hard do we have to go? And maybe that's a contributing factor to West Indies losing 3 in the power play in both of the games and then struggling with the dew. So you can't count yourself out. You've got to have a positive attitude. Let's say you lose the toss and you are put in to bat first. I think for the West Indies, if that happens, they've got to find a way, if it happens, to manage themselves in the power play, not go totally into their shell, but have enough ammunition going through the middle. Key guys like Puran, and let's say Shea Hope if he plays. I'm not giving any insight here. Shea Hope if he plays. And then leading to the back end to tee off and be better with the ball. If it's the opposite way, then it'll be a big test for England.
All right. Well, you might be able to see the umpires right behind me having a look, so that's good news. Activity here. Gentlemen, though, Alzarri Joseph back into the West Indies 11 here in this third T20I. They've been struggling to take wickets as a side. What will he bring?
Well, I mean, he'll bring that wicket-taking potential for sure. And I hope he's had a good chance to sort of reflect on, potentially not only his actions being out of order in terms of disrespecting his captain and his team, but also, West Indies are now 2-0 down. They struggle to take wickets. They struggle to have that cutting edge. And that's partly because that man was sat on his backside instead of playing. So, a bit of reflection. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has done daft things in their career. You certainly shouldn't write somebody off for that, particularly as talented as him. But he'll have had a chance to sort of grow up a little bit and realise what he's done to his own career and the position perhaps that he's put his team in.
Yeah, Ian Bishop, Alzarri Joseph, crucial to this West Indian side. Picked up 4 wickets in the ODI series.
Yeah, he brings cutting edge. He brings genuine pace, genuine bounce. He's also become, apart from his transgression, a leader in the dressing room, vice captain at times, and they need that given the impotence of the bowling lineup when conditions aren't absolutely in their favor. The one thing I'll say about his transgression is we've had experience and incidences of players in the past. England's Test captain, Ben Stokes, was in problems a few years ago. So he went from zero to hero once again with his Ashes exploit. So people do have a redemption song that they can sing if they're given a chance. What we have to make sure with Alzarri Joseph is say, he's temperamental. Instead of everybody piling on and him, sending him home, getting him away from the game for years, it was right that he was punished. But how are we to help him? Are we putting him into contact with professionals who can say, this man has a life beyond the game? How can we help him settle his temperament under pressure? And that is something I'm not hearing enough people talk about. They're only seeing the on-field issue, but we need to help him.
Developmental, not just punitive. Great points and well made. And we know that Will Jacks had his own incident in Bridgetown, didn't he? For which he was fined as well. The players were asking them to be on the edge of their reason in terms of being ready for competition. Sometimes there's fits peak.
Well, without any question, it's hot and hard work out there at times,
Sure
particularly when things aren't going your way. Paul Rees-Topley the other day, injured again on the field, and he's thinking to himself, this cannot keep happening to me. It threw a chair on the way off the field. I mean, it's just
sorry, Will Jack.
It's completely understandable. I think what happens, or what needs to happen, is you kind of the recognition of where you turn that ire.
Yes.
Whether or not it becomes an internal thing, something that sort of is defeatist to your own team, or something that you can turn around and use in terms of of going back at the opposition. Obviously, Alzarri, he'd left the field, so there was nothing more he could do to help the West Indies out. But goodness gracious, how quick did he bowl when he had his backup? It's that type of thing. That type of thing where you can kind of use whatever it is that's firing you up in order to get a better result for your team. But yeah, I mean, it's always happened. The behaviour of players in the past, of Bish's era and my era, is probably across the board far worse than any of the modern game, except for the fact that a lot of the time this stuff wasn't seen and beamed around the world on Twitter, etc., etc. So it's always happened. It's not excusable. It's great that the West Indies stepped in and did something immediately to quash the whole thing. Now he needs to be welcomed back, and the West Indies can really use him in terms of his bowling.
Yeah, no, it's true. Look, Ian Bishop, Rees-Topley's had a rough time of it with injury, suffered another knee injury in Bridgetown, and this is how it went down at Kensington Oval.
Those things, look, understandably, there's policy, and I'm happy he took it out on a chair and a railing rather than a chair on somebody's head. I remember talking to him about a year ago, I think it was after Australia, where he twisted his ankle, and he said what it has given him is great perspective in life. There's something after cricket, because a future in cricket is not guaranteed to anyone. But I think it came to a steam ahead there again. I've had stress fractures. I cried. I'm sure my wife will tell you there were times that I lost the plot. I got angry for no apparent reason because my future isn't going the way that I would want. So I have great sympathy when I see guys sort of boil over like that.
Humanity. Thank you so much, Ian Bishop. Thank you, Mark Butcher. Look, what do you see there? Some sweat on my brow. Sun is out. Very hopeful we'll have live action here soon in this third T20 International between the West Indies and England. We take a break now, but stay with us. So much action to follow next.
series up for grabs in St. Lucia. It's the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium. West Indies taking on England in this third T20I. Remember, England currently hold a 2-0 lead. Did have some inclement weather around, but a reminder as to what has gone on in the series to this point. First 3 ODIs, all won by the chasing team. The West Indies won the series 2-1, just their second series win against a full member nation in the last 12. And then the T20I series has gone England's way as of now. And again, both games won by the chasing side. Our umpire, Dyson Butler, Leslie Reefer, had few inspections. They've been concerned with a few areas in the outfield. Surface is good, looks very good. Kent Crafton, center of screen there, head curator. There are a few looming clouds around, and that's where the rain is coming from, and that wind has died down just a bit. So I think that is why we have that final cover on as a precaution. But it is good news that most of the covers have come off. But right now, frustrating time for players, for coaches, as everyone sits and waits. But they usually come from the east where we're seeing now, and it looks relatively clear there. So hopefully there'll be calculations going on. We do have 60 minutes before we start losing overs. That's around 5 p.m. So haven't really ate into that just yet. Just 1 minute in at 4:01. But we will be hoping that we can have a start and continue what has been an epic series which has gone England's way. Let's actually take you back to the start of the series, the first T20 International in Bridgetown, Barbados, where we had both teams and thrilling action.
Speed up the outfield after all the rain. Quick enough. First boundary of the contest.
Yeah, England will be looking to try to get the ball up to Evan Lewis, but he seems to be in really good touch at the moment, because they're trying to avoid dropping short, because he's very strong on that pull shot. Every time they've overpitched, Jofra Archer, remember, in the ODI.
Got him straight to him, the first wicket at Kensington Oval in T20 Internationals for Sakib Mahmood. And Brandon King goes quickly.
Well, isn't that just cricket? 100 a couple of nights ago, master of all he surveyed. First time he tries to go up and over the top. I think he's leaning back, trying to get that up over extra cover. Comes high up on the bat. Sakib maybe followed him slightly as he gave himself a bit of room. And that is first blood to England. King goes for 3, 11 for 1. Goodness me. He has leathered that. Pitch it up at your peril at Evan Lewis these days. 17 for 1.
Out to square leg. Taken at square leg. The blessings are now flowing for Sakib Mahmood. Wicketless in the previous 3 games. He's got the first 2.
Another big one. Another big one. Evan Lewis. Extremely dangerous player. Sakib Mahmood might have swapped it to get rid of Nicholas Pooran, but he'll take this one. And Jacob Bethel, we perhaps haven't seen the best of him in the outfield as yet, but I can guarantee you he is a live wire, and he made this difficult chance look very straightforward indeed. Arms outstretched in celebration for Sakib Mahmood. Evan Lewis trudges off for 13. West Indies, little bit of bother, 18 for 2.
Nick has gone. 2 and 2 for Sakib Mahmood. Only 2 wickets in the power play in his first 13 T20 internationals. He's gone 3 in the power play today.
Excellent length. Just pushing it across the left-hander. Hetmeyer, new to the crease, just pushes his hands at it. And that is the end of him. Sakib is absolutely cock-a-hoop. Hetmeyer, well, I know how that feels. Goes for naught. First ball duck. West Indies truly in trouble now, 18 for 3.
2 straight. And it brings a little bit of a downpour with that boundary, 23 for 3.
It really is good dexterity from Rodman Powell, who's battling his vision in seeing through the rain, and also the pressure England have applied on the West Indies early.
A little bit of cultural cardio on show. Cute from the West Indies skipper Rodman Powell. Probably beaten by the lateral movement, but good soft hands to get it down to the vacant third region.
Oh! That powerful wind and the power of Rodman Powell. 10 off the over so far.
Top please floored, losing his footing. Not a good landing. But take off from Rodman Powell, regardless of the situation. You need to attack the power play. Hoping the best for Ristopley, someone who's battled injuries all his career. Didn't look good the way he landed. It's that front landing foot. Holding of the knee. A little bit of a limp, a long grimace as well. Hope he'll be okay.
And it's dampened the spirits of this superb crowd. It needs to go. Feel bad, Carlos, because all the English fans are saying, what is this Barbados? This is with all this rain. Look at that rainbow. Glory. What a way to restart. Back-to-back sixes.
Their nets are back, and you'd wonder if he had a hit during the rain break. Sensational strike from Rodman Powell. Full face to the back, full flow, great rhythm to the stroke. Strike up the band. West Indies are back at it.
He does go short, but Pooran is better to the task. In front of square, that is a top shot.
Authoritative. Stand and deliver. A slap straight back.
That is so intelligent.
That's 50 up for the West Indies in the 5th over, and they're 3 down. Also show the skill of Nicholas Pooran. Even the wickets falling and in a precarious position, able to still score with minimal risk.
There is so much strength mixed and paired with timing when this man is going.
We well and truly lift off. Carnage by Nicky P. Such great balance and timing.
He's got him again. Another wicket to leg spin for Rodman Powell. And Rashid straight away into the attack and into the wickets.
Occasion number 3, the Adil Rashid has gotten Rodman Powell. Good judgment from Jamie Overton. Let's not skip past that piece of skill on the boundary. But the English talisman, as he always does, Adil Rashid coming on and making an impact. Rodman Powell gone for 18, West Indies 59 for 4.
What a way to start your international career. This into the Greenwich and Haynes stands.
It's been a Pooran show ever since he stepped on the park, and it's a nice little hit me, and that he did.
Oh, that's awesome. Josh Butler doesn't need the gloves. That is magnificent.
What a grab from Butler. Stuck the left mid out, and it stuck. Rutherford gone for 2. West Indies a spot above us, 69 for 5.
Oh, that's gone. I don't care how hard the wind's blowing, that has gone. Baseball style.
Pummeled from Russell. He knew it wouldn't be long.
Oh, that's out of here, gone on the solar panels. Broken digit, but no lost beer.
Good footwork from Andre Russell. Outside the line of leg stump, so
Crisp sound, same result. The midst of the wickets falling, West Indies have continued to play some magnificent shots.
once again, this one looks like it hit the toe. But even the toe, the bat from Andre Russell could still go many a mile, as that one did. Really good footwork again.
Well, that's dismissed straight down the ground.
It's gone out of the ground. It has gone out of the stadium, straight back over the bowler's head, over the Warrell-Weeks and Walcott stand, bouncing off the solar panels, and it disappeared over the other side. What a strike.
He's got a brand, Dre Russ, and this is it. He's gone again. There's a fielder there, should be comfortably pouched. Mosley with the catch, and Dre Russ on his knees.
Well, a bit of garden cricket, 6 and out for Dre Russ. Liam Livingstone gets the last laugh. Could have had him first ball, disappeared out of the ground, second ball. And then as he tries to go over extra cover, just gets a little bit too much of the outside half of the bat on it. Mosley pouches it out there at deep cover. Dre Russ down on those padded knees. 6 down the West Indies. Dre Russ goes. It was entertaining. 30 from 17. 108 for 6.
This will be caught very nicely. The captain himself, he's been outstanding in the field. And he's got the very big wicket, the dangerous Nicholas Pooran.
Pooran's not going anywhere. He seems to think that Butler may have grounded the ball as he hit the ground.
Ball is in the hand. Fielder's in control of his movement. Satisfied there's no contact between the ground and the ball.
Oh, that's really well done. Whipped. Backward of square 4 runs and a very grateful West Indian crowd. How's that? He's given again.
Have another go.
Are you entertained? They'll go upstairs again.
It's pitching outside off, the impact's in line, and Wicket's hitting. I'm going to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now, you can make your signal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that the route would be any differently, you'd be wrong. First ball face, and it's 6.
Oh, this has been absolutely sensational. You're neutral watching this. It's the epitome of T20 cricket. It's like a benefit game. Players just keep trying to bang it out of the park. Wickets falling.
We chipped down to him and lobbed it up. Good. And a 6 again. The fielder annoyed with himself down there in the deep. But Kensington Oval, they're on their feet. 129 for 8. That one spanked. Right past him. Romario Shepherd, that will be his role.
Well, I've got to tell you, Alex Jordan, I'm in no mood to be like Scrooge tonight. This has just been great fun.
He likes to hit them, and it'll be 4 more. That's 16 runs off 3 balls from the Guyanese.
Oh my goodness, striking at 533 and a third. 138 for 8.
Great placement. It's been an innings filled with excellent placement from Bhuvanesh Moti, who is dealing in solely boundaries.
Loves playing aggressively, and in the last couple of months he's achieved his personal best in all 3 formats with the bat.
4 more. Who can stop this man? Not England at the moment.
Such a good shot. Sam Curran tried to go leg stump Yorker. He tried to follow Moti to ask him to take a risk and hit it leg side. And he bypasses the mid-off.
Everything is going Bhuvanesh Moti's way.
.31 from 9, that's outstanding so far. Try to get him to reach for it with a little bit of pace off.
Excellent. This has been great from these two. It's not so much power, but all about the placement. Great execution in this over. He deserved the wicket for that sequence of deliveries, but Moti's done his job.
Terrific figures. 4 for 34. Little cutter into the pitch, asking him to hit into that protected leg side field. There's a little bit of wind, not a lot. Yeah, thumbs up, deserving. Excellent figures, good knock from Moti, 166 for 9.
Again, awareness, supreme awareness, finally comes in, easily deposits it in that area.
Seeing Shepherd play these sorts of little cameos now quite often, and so badly lined by Curran. It's too easy.
Full and wide, but it's a risk. That is the shorter boundary. This is Romario Shepherd at his best.
bases in the innings for the West Indies, using every bit of their resources to try to get to a total that they feel they can defend.
Field is up, so we'll get away with it. Even though it won't get into the boundary, they'll get 2, which means the West Indies from a position of 69 for 5 get to 182 for 9. 53 off the last 5. They continue their power at the back end, and a lot for this crowd to celebrate.
Here at Kensington Oval, King went early, Lewis for 13, Puran stuck around for quite some time and looked in good touch, and then Hetmeyer went without scoring first ball. Adil Rashid got rid of Powell. It was expected. 30 from Russell though, 35 from Shepherd, and Moti with 33 from 14, deserving of a promotion, 182 for 9.
Very good day for Saqib Mahmood. Career best figures for him. First of all, swinging the new ball and great control of length. And then at the back end, a 4-run over that 19th over. How crucial could that be in the context of this game? 3 for Rashid, who continues his excellent. Fierce from Phil Salt, and Powell, who got there, doesn't have enough to withstand the power.
Yeah, and if Rothman Powell can't get there and stop it, gives you a bit of a clue as to how well Phil Salt has hit this. Just went expecting that ball to come into him, just kept the face of the bat nice and square.
That is unbelievable. Didn't get in a great position, but it was just all timing and hands. 20 after 2.
Well, difficult to tell from the side-on view, but
just enough. It was such a good over to that point. They'll still take it 8 from it, 28 for none.
well, this is where you need a Jamie Overton down on the fence. It was Shafane Rutherford, I think, just over his head.
It's short, it's quick, but Salt loves the extra pace, uses it perfectly.
I'm not sure that this is that short. It's a little down the leg side. Phil Salt gets his body weight inside the line of the ball and just helps it on its way. Certainly wasn't an attempted bouncer.
He's really expanded his game through the offside in recent times, Phil Salt. That is a perfect example of it.
Yeah, filled up on the offside. Extra pace from Shamar Joseph. Got a modicum of width, just opened up the face. No attempt whatsoever made to keep it down.
Yeah, pace-off is an option to him. Bowlers have used it with success in the power play, but again, through the offside with no protection. Class. That is so much class. He's shown you the full range of his stroke play.
And this is why he's so dangerous. Bowlers are running up with the new ball, trying to hit a length, trying to hit a good length. Think Saqib Mahmood in the power play against the West Indies. There is nothing wrong with that delivery whatsoever. Straight, top of off stump, and he has just drilled it back past him.
So good because of the positioning. Deep point doesn't matter. 52 for none, 24 off the 4th.
a shot. This has been a phenomenal flying start, an assault of a kind by Phil.
Simply supreme ball striking by Phil Salt.
That is a shot to bring up a 50 in the most authoritative manner from Phil Salt. His fourth in T20 internationals, along with 200s. Turn the clock back 48 hours. It was his slowest half century in 50 overs, and this is phenomenally quick.
He's shown the full range tonight, Phil Salt.
This is an outstanding power play so far by England. 73 without loss, one delivery left.
And there was a change in field. Long on came into the circle, and Jack spotted it, saw it, and swatted it over the vacant long on for 6.
He needed this. West Indies needed it. Last delivery of the power play. Moti strikes.
A muted Moti, but an important wicket for the West Indies, absolutely necessary. They've exited a tough phase in the power play. 73 for 1 England.
Down to third. Oh, what a catch! What an absolute ripper from Gudakesh Moti! He has snatched it out of the air with a prayer.
Butler in the first innings, Moti in this one. Have a look at this, folks. Here and around the boundary, stick the ball. What a grab from Gudakesh Moti, engulfed by his teammates. Joss Butler gone for a first ball duck at his audition at number 3. England 76 for 2.
Fantastic touch. We've seen his power. He's just seasoned his innings with that one, Phil Salt. 84 for 2. Not sure how often we can say brilliant or terrific from what we've seen from Phil Salt, but this has been one of the excellent innings so far.
Running out of superlatives for Salt. Pace, spin, offside, leg side.
Oh, bludgeoned straight down the ground, not a man move. That's 4 from the bat of Bethel. An appreciation around this ground for the young man. Yeah, that's really nice. Guided. Dre Russ thought about attempting but couldn't manage. 4 more for England. Well on the ascendancy here.
It's risky. Shepherd was bowling round the wicket earlier in the over to Jacob, and so when he brought the third up, he had to keep the ball within the stumps. He's gone over the wicket here now.
Oh, and they'll enjoy that one. Just helped along. 4 more. Easy pickings. 6 it was, all the way. So graceful, effortless.
It was a gift, really. For a man that's been at the crease for 40 deliveries prior to this, that's easy. It's not intentional from Russell.
That one straight again. Back-to-back gifts for Phil Salt. Dre Russ hangs his head.
Already has 2 T20 international centuries against the West Indies last December. And if you feed him deliveries like these,
This time gets it to the boundary. Previous time wasn't able to beat that fielder. Again, good awareness and placement from Bethel.
Smart striking from Bethel. He knows the plan. It's going to be outside off.
Crunch. Enough power that even Rutherford, who was there waiting, can't hold on. Into the 90s, Salt.
A ball from Rutherford, well struck from Phil Salt. Good cricket up until then.
Well, Bethel is enjoying this innings, and he's been very smart in the way he's attacked the left arm spin.
Giving himself room, but
it falls safely, and a single means that Jacob Bethel gets to his maiden T20 International 50, and what a special place to score it at. Here in Barbados, in front of his friends and family, where he spent the first 14 years of his life.
Those were highlights of that first T20 International. West Indies 182 for 9. England strolled home 183 for 2. Went 1 up and then subsequently 2 up in the series. An outstanding knock by Salt. Here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, though, in St. Lucia, as we've been preparing for this third T20 International series on the line. The rain has halted. Clear skies at the moment. Let's join Nikhil Uttamchandani with the toss.
Time for the toss then in this third T20 International. We've got 3 captains out here in the middle. Former West Indies captain Sir Richie Richardson is match referee today. Jos Buttler, captain of England, and Robman Powell is captain of the West Indies. Robman has got the coin. Heads is the call. And it's a heads. Robman is in disbelief. The mic, I have it. Right, Jos. Won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
We're going to bowl first again. A little bit of weather around and chasing's been good so far.
Tell me about this series. First of all, let's start with today. You guys were here for the World Cup. What do you remember about conditions and being key?
Yeah, I remember it being a really good cricket wicket. Probably a true service with a bit of pace in it. But yeah, we need to start well again today. Obviously, West Indies are a top side who want to bounce back, so we've got to be right on it.
Given your young team and all that's happening in England cricket, what would a series win mean for you guys?
Yeah, lots. We've had some near misses in the recent past, so but we got to start fresh today. Start from naught for naught and earn the right to play well.
What have you done with your team today?
We just got one change today. Rayan Ahmed comes in for Adil Rashid.
All right, go well.
Thank you.
Jos Buttler, we'll now get Robman Powell. Robman, another toss loss. Have you devised a plan as to how you guys will start a bit better with bat in hand?
Yeah, definitely. It's something that we have talked about over the last few days. Today provides an opportunity for us to change that. Right.
Tell me about the ball. Now, how do you think you guys go about taking more wickets in the middle overs specifically?
I think it's about clarity. If you're coming out the power play as England did, 70 for 170 without loss, the middle over is going to always be difficult, because that give them the ammunition that they can come hard at us. So it's us trying to start better, trying to control the power play. The middle overs generally take care of itself.
What have you done with your team today?
We have made a few changes. We have a lot of injury within our group. Shea Whoop comes in for Brandon King. King is feeling some needle. Azari Joseph is back for Matthew Ford. Matthew Ford is also injured. And Shemron Hetmeyer comes back in for Shafin Rutherford.
Okay, and what will Alzari bring to your bowling attack?
He has been the spearhead, the leader of our bowling attack since I became captain. He's a vital part of our unit. So hopefully today he can not just help us to control the power play, but give us those breakthroughs that we sorely need.
All right, go well today.
Thanks, man.
Right then, from the middle, another toss won by Jos Buttler, and England will be chasing and bowling first.
Thank you very much to Nikhil Uttamchandani. He's back. Alzari, fastest West Indian to 50 T20 international wickets, just 31 games after missing the first two. They'll be happy to have his firepower back. And of course, Rehan Ahmed, he spins the ball. He's got a wonderful googly off of Test match cricket duty in Pakistan into action here in this third game. He was here in the Caribbean last year as well, and he'll want to up his game from the numbers in that series. And for the West Indies, confirmation that they've got Shea Hope in. There is no Brandon King. Shimron Hetmeyer is back replacing Shafin Rutherford, his Ghanai's countryman, and Alzari Joseph is confirmed back into the starting 11. England won the toss again and chose to bowl. Mark Butcher, your thoughts on England?
Yeah, unsurprisingly, not too many changes there. Things have gone very well, including winning all three tosses. But great to see Rehan Ahmed back. He had a little bit of success in that ill-fated trip to Pakistan in the Test match series. Took 6 wickets at an economy of 10 in 4 out of the 5 T20s back here in 2023. Very, very talented, not only with the ball but also with the bat. So England, he probably won't come in down there at number 11, but they've lengthened the batting line up a little bit as well with him.
One of the issues for the West Indies that they'll have to counter again, and Nikhil asked that of Robin Powell, who just stated the power play issues. Brandon King is not in today. Shea Hope is in. How do they go about keeping a tempo with Evan Lewis, who hasn't yet fired in this series, but not losing wickets? Because you don't want to go into a shell with the power play being so important with the bat.
I think you've got to give yourself a chance of accelerating to a score of 200 plus, and that means not being 3 down in the power play, with 3 down twice. Shea Hope being in the side, I think, offers them something that they've missed, i.e. a player that is going to play in a slightly different fashion from all the other 8 monster hitters in the rest of the lineup. So despite the fact that he's come in due to injury for Brandon King, I think the West Indies need to think very seriously about finding a permanent place for Shea Hope in that batting lineup, maybe at number 3 or number 4, just to have somebody that knits things together a little bit, as opposed to being one-dimensional in terms of the pace of play. You know, playing here, if the dew comes in later, the conditions are going to be wildly different, and so you've got to be able to work yourself away to a target that gives you a chance in the second half. 150, 160 in the second game was nowhere near enough, and 180, let's face it, they got to 180 having been 5 for 60. They could have ended up with 210 by playing it slightly more smartly, and that may have given England, you know, a little bit more to do, might have had to take 1 or 2 more risks, and therefore lost more wickets on the way to it. So the outcome might have been the same, but it might not have been so much of a stroll. So I think by hook or by crook, West Indies have actually ended up with an 11 that looks a little bit stronger, a little bit more balanced than the ones they played in the first 2 games.
We can move on to England's team with someone like Will Jacks. Joss Butler said he wants to give him a little bit more of a consistent run at the top. Give him every opportunity to succeed. What have you thought of him so far?
Yeah, I mean, he's wildly talented and offers a lot to the team, not only with the bat but with the ball. The one thing that struck me in the early part of the tour was just how far out in front his hands were getting when he was striking it. Sometimes that here in the Caribbean, the bounce isn't quite as true, not quite as at the middle of the bat. You see there on the drive, the hands way out in front of the body. And I think, you know, it's taken him a little bit of time, but he's actually started to get there. You watch the interception points and some of these lovely shots through the offside. He's waiting for the ball to come alongside him. He's not throwing the hands out in front. Wait that little bit longer. He's got all of the power in the world to clear the boundary and to get it past the infield when he's hitting it along the ground. It's just letting the ball come to you that little bit longer, and therefore keeping more control with the bat face slightly pointing towards the ground rather than being out in front of you and pointing up towards the sky.
You'll have conditions here in St. Lucia when they do get a chance to bat that is very amenable to that. Darren Sammy on the right of screen, the coach, the man who the stadium is appropriately named after. They've had a lot of rain as we walked through immigration landing in St. Lucia. One of the immigration officers said to me, "Mr. Bishop, do you think that the team will win here?" And before I could answer, she said it's been torrential rain for the last couple of weeks, so the ground staff have done well.
Yeah, they certainly have worked tirelessly and have had to keep a real close eye on the skies. Obviously here on the
in this island, beautiful island nation. The clouds can come very, very quickly and pass just as fast. Richie Richardson out there, doesn't he look magnificent, your ex-skipper, with the two match officials as we prepare to have the national anthems. But yeah, I mean, the rain here has been, when it's come down, it's only been bursts of 20-30 minutes or so, but my goodness, it's come down hard. I ended up going after an errant golf ball on one of our days off the other day and ended up in mud up to my knee. So that gives you a clue as to just how wet it's been.
Liam Livingston, of course, an important part, and a little bit earlier today, caught up with him and Romario Shepherd talking about the significance of a toss.
Pretty much on the toss at the moment, to be honest. The last couple of games in Barbados and especially Antigua, yeah, I think this pitch will probably play a bit better from the start. So, but no, we've played some really good cricket. We've probably had conditions in our favour. We can't hide away from that. But yeah, we're playing the cricket that we want to play. We're playing some really attacking cricket, taking wickets with the ball and chasing totals down quite easily with the bat. So hopefully a bit more of the same tonight.
Yeah, it's a big difference whenever you bowl in the night from in the day in the Caribbean. We all know how big a deal it is, how big a deal the task is in the Caribbean, especially when you have to bat in the day then bowl in the night, because you know the conditions will change drastically. Yeah.
Liam Livingston and Romario Shepherd talking about the toss there, and of course we will have the 5 for Fun program evident here today with all the young ones, the young kids, a collaboration between the Republic Bank and Cricket West Indies in trying to ensure that there's a constant pipeline of grassroots players coming through the system. Primary school students, both male and female, of course, between the ages of 8 to 12 will be taking part. The Minister ensuring that he greets the teams. Honorary Kesson Casimir, Minister of Youth Development and Sports. Young Minister, that's what you like. Youth. Youthful government. Keeping in charge of the times and the culture. But it is with the young ones in front, part of Republic Bank's Power to Make a Difference program, hoping to continue strengthening the base of the Development Pathway and Future Stars program in the Caribbean. So Richie Richardson flanked by Leslie Reefer and Dighton Butler. Reefer from Barbados, Butler from the Windward Islands, St. Vincent. And they will make their way towards the periphery of the circle, as we will have that tradition now of the anthems. To get things going. Could be a decisive game. West Indies fighting to keep the series alive. England 2-0 ahead. Anthems of St. Lucia, England, and then the West Indies cricketing anthem.
Keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast. A sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Lovely moments as we get ready to kick things off here in St. Lucia. It's been a place of good fortune for this England team. 5 matches they've played here at this venue. They've won 4 of them, going all the way back to the 2010 T20 World Cup. Won the semi-finals here against Sri Lanka. Right, look at the 2 teams. Changes for the West Indies, forced changes. A couple of them, Matthew Ford, Brandon King, both injured. Means Shea Hope and Azari Joseph come in. And then a swap of the left-handers in the middle with Hetmeyer in for Sherfane Rutherford. Well, for England, Ryan Ahmed has replaced his opposite and mentor really in Adil Rashid. First time we're seeing Ahmed since the West Indies series last year. So a year or so with no T20 international action. But he's a real young prospect. Butler will be hoping that his team can achieve history by the end of today. Just a reminder, if you're now joining us, delayed start because of wet conditions and a bit of a drizzle, but we will have the full allotment of 20 overs, which is what both teams will want. Even contests, with England trying to take the series and the West Indies trying to stay alive. Mark Butcher.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, big game, big night for the West Indies in particular. Can they get themselves back into this series? They've lost another toss, England, and Joss Butler, no hesitation in deciding to bowl first. The stats actually back up that setting totals here in St. Lucia is the way to go. It's perhaps the most successful way to go. However, you feel with all of the moisture around and a little bit of moisture in that surface, plus the fact that we're starting, even though it's now almost an hour later than our scheduled start time, that the game will certainly have or be affected by dew in the second half when England come to bat. So the West Indies will have to calculate well, perhaps a little better than they've done in the first 2 games in Barbados, in terms of what a potentially defendable score might be and how you go about getting there. It certainly won't be by losing 3 wickets in the power play, which is what they've done in the first 2 games.
And just saw Ivan Lewis there. He's had his battles, a really interesting battle since the first one-day international with Jofra Archer. Archer dismissed him in the last game. And it is a return to the top of the order for Shea Hope. Saw him in the opening spot at the World Cup when he also came in for Brandon King, who was injured then. And now he's gone back there after batting at 3 in Dambulla a couple of weeks ago in Sri Lanka. He's player of series in that South African series back in August. So a few changes for the West Indies, but as you said, Butch, not about the personnel, mainly about the method and getting a good start. Robin Powell said the middle overs will take care of itself. Archer starting from around the wicket with a deep backward square, 2 slips and a wide deep third. Time to play.
Yeah, no surprise that Archer starts around the wicket at Evan Lewis. Serves 2 purposes, really. One is to keep it away from the right hip of Lewis, who will swivel and pull anything away that is a little bit too straight and directed at his body. But secondly, and perhaps most importantly, it's because Archer has managed to get this ball darting away from the left-hander from around the wicket. Hence the 2 slips in play.
They've gone back of length again to Evan Lewis. A bit of plugging there from the ball. We've had a lot of rain in the last 2 or 3 days, but you can see a plan that England have stuck with throughout the white ball series.
Yeah, watch here as Lewis is trying to pull from length, back of a length really. Because Archer is around the wicket, that ball just holds and goes away from him a little bit. He much prefers that pull shot when it's in line with the right hip. Again, it gets outside the line of his body. Hence comes the top edge, and he's lucky to get away with that one.
Similar feel now to the right hander in Shea Hope. Lateral movement on show. It will get into the boundary, but England will likely take the moral victory from that delivery.
Well, here we go again. Seamer's absolutely loving the opportunity to bowl when there is a little bit of moisture. This pitch is an absolute beauty. There's no doubt in my mind when I placed palms on it about half an hour before the scheduled start that there was just a little bit of dampness. You could feel that the moisture rising from it. And that is what makes batting first in these afternoon starts so difficult.
Yeah, that plan with the ball angling back into Shea Hope is a ploy that teams are using. That and the shorter delivery. He could be gone. Shea Hope thought it was a comfortable single, and again highlights the brilliance of Bethel in the field.
He is electric. West Indies with Shea Hope back in the side, hoping for a bit of his maturity and good sense.
And can we go to side on, please?
He knows he's out.
Side on coming up. Thank you, I'm satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Yeah, we had to check, but Shea Hope knew that all hope was lost for him. Brilliant from Bethel. He is an absolute firecracker in the field. And Hope's return turned out to be hopeless.
Been an uncharacteristic start to the series for Nicholas Pooran. He's faced 52 deliveries, he scored exactly 52 runs, but the situation has been West Indies losing wickets like they've done here in the first over.
Yeah, jubilation for Jofra Archer. Can't help but thinking that had Lewis reacted straight away, there was one there. Bethel had an enormous amount of work to do to run around the ball, pick it up and hit that single stump that he had to aim at.
7 fielders on the offside for Pooran with a gully. Remember in that last T20 International, in very similar conditions actually, when the West Indies started, it was overcast, ball was doing a lot, and this pitch, you think, Butch, will offer a bit more for the seamers with that tinge of green grass.
Yeah, it'll just do it a little bit quicker. Then in Barbados, it moved lavishly at times there in the first 6 or 7 overs. It might just do it a little bit speedier here in St. Lucia.
Did have a short leg for Pooran in that last T20I. Gone short, Pooran has taken him on, and that is supposed to be into the wind as well. Statement, 11 for 1.
Definitely went to try and get that up above the shoulder. Tempted short ball, not quite short enough, and Pooran has dismissed it from his presence.
West Indies have lost 3 wickets in each of the first 2 power plays of the series. They've lost Shea Hope. First over, Nicholas Pooran coming to the crease and will be facing Saqib Mahmood, who's been a revelation in the power play. 5 of England's 6 power play wickets going to him. Deep third and backward square along with the slip.
Apex tracker gives us 86 meters.
Doesn't carry. Jofra Archer not really able to sprint at full capacity in that area. You can see the sun. It's been challenging for the ground staff last couple of days.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of fielders running around the perimeter of the ground with very short steps. A bit afraid to fully open the legs and get going. Quite treacherous out there.
This one could carry though. It does carry. They've set up Lewis again with back of length bowling. And Mahmood has another in the power play.
It's just nowhere near full enough. Nowhere near short enough, sorry, for the pull shot. Mahmood has been much, much fuller during the course of this series. I mean, it's a ball that you might punch through the offside off the back foot. It was that full. Outside the line of Lewis's body, he tries to hoik it onto the leg side. The top edge brings Archer into play for the second time in the over. Lewis goes for 3. West Indies 2 down in the power play for 13.
Roston Chase, who was dismissed by Saqib Mahmood in the last game. England are on top of the West Indies in the power play for the 3rd consecutive time in the series.
Word of advice to youngsters watching out there: don't pull half volleys. Length from Mahmood during the course of this series has generally been full, and that was so far up. Lewis thought he could pull that into the leg side as anybody's guess. But more smiles for Saqib. West Indies in danger of being 3 down again in the power play. Chase is the new man.
Mahmood has filled a void that England have suffered dealing with, which is wicket taking in the power play, and this graphic tells you all you need to know about his prowess in this series.
Yeah, he's been excellent. The big change has been the length. Really tried to get the ball up there, looking for a bit of swing. First T20, he dragged it back a tiny bit when there was no lateral movement. It's been very good. There's a little illustration for you of how things have changed. Blue deliveries are the length from Saqib during the course of this series. Prior to that, in the 8 matches that he played before then, he was always a lot shorter. He's not a tall man, so slightly skiddy bowler, more of the sort of Waqar Younis type bowler, and so therefore getting it up there, looking for lateral movement is the way.
Menacing start from Saqib Mahmood, 13 for 2. Indian openers once again out early. She hopes first game of the series. Now here we go. Jofra Archer's got short leg in for Nicholas Pooran, a plan he had to him in the last T20 international, along with 2 slips for the one that goes away. It's amazing, Butch, to see the way Archer sequenced the deliveries, going back of length, back of length, back of length, and then the outswinger, and Pooran was on his heels. That fielder creating the illusion of doubt maybe into Pooran's mind, and the situation will play a big part as well. They're 2 down in the 3rd over, and naturally Pooran will be wanting to be maybe aggressive, but has to restrain.
Well, you'd think so. Thus far in the series, not seen a massive amount of evidence of that. Short leg stays in place. He's a little deeper than he was for Pooran, and slightly behind square as well. 2 slips remain.
They have just fallen short. This is the difficulties in facing Jofra Archer with that hard new ball. West Indies are still trying to take him on.
Yeah, not quite a pull shot. It's almost like a straight batted attempt to punch it over mid-wicket. Fraught with danger, lucky to get away with it again.
Short ball, then Yorker at pace. Nice push from Chase. It is a slowish outfield. And Curran has to deal with wet conditions as well, so does well in the end, just about. Saves a run.
Yeah, nicely played from Roston Chase. Just easing into it. West Indies have got to think about first 6 overs, rather than being a huge opportunity to go out and get a flyer, just to make sure you're not losing wicket.
Three down in the power play. Build up of pressure from Archer, has and gets Pooran.
Well, if Evan Lewis shot had you scratching your heads, then this, for West Indies to lose their 3rd, will have you using sandpaper on the top of your head. I mean, just a massive hoik across the line, good length ball, top of middle stump, and yet again West Indies are 3 down in the power play. 17 for 3, big trouble. Pooran goes for 7.
Shimon Hetmeyer played the first T20 international, faced one delivery, and it was dropped for the second, back for the third.
Just at a bit of a loss to work out the thought process here. It's the definition of madness, doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
Short leg catching as well as a leg slip now for Sherman Hetmeyer. Very attacking field from Joss Butler. Deep third, backward square for the short delivery. There is the short delivery. Eventful over. Another wicket in the over, 17 for 3. England have won each of their last 21 occasions when they've taken 3 wickets in the power play. Yet again, that has happened today. So they've already started well. First, the run out of Shea Hope, then Evan Lewis. They've gone short to him all series. That one was a touch fuller. He still tried to pull. And then Nicholas Pooran, we'll see soon. Mahmood continuing. Very classy, very effective from Roston Chase.
Mahmood again looking for that full length. And Roston Chase hitting the ball where it deserved to be hit. Beautifully played.
Similar to that last game, Butch, where Mahmood was driven a couple times looking for that away movement, then made an excellent adjustment to go tighter in terms of line to Roston Chase, using the ball that nips back in. Uses the away swinger and has Chase caught that slip. England are all the way on top of the West Indies and dominating.
Well, that's a fantastic piece of bowling. No wonder Marcus Trescothick is smiling as he makes his match notes. Roston Chase here, I think, was expecting something shorter because he just gets his weight back here on the drive. The head goes nowhere near towards the ball. It just shapes away from him. And Jamie Overton has huge hands, and he wasn't dropping that hip height at first slip. West Indies in dire straits at 21 for 4.
Skipper Robin Powell fighting 43 in the last T20 international with his team in a similar position of danger.
Yeah, Saki who just found that little bit of away movement. Overton did the rest. Chase perhaps expecting something a little bit back of a length, a little bit straighter. Just finds himself getting suckered into it. See how the head stays back. Weight doesn't get into the shot, and that little bit of away movement, and Saqib is celebrating again.
I wonder, Butch, if he was thinking about the last T20 international chase where he drove Saki the away swinger a couple of times, then Mahmood went in swinger, which hit him on the pad and he was given out. What a series this man is having. 8 wickets, 7 in the power play. Significant for an England team who months ago struggled at the World Cup, taking wickets with the new ball. 10 wickets in 7 games. Was uppish, but good timing from the captain. He's underway.
Again, Mahmood just being encouraged, I think. England desperate for their new ball bowlers to continue to think wickets, don't think containment. So despite the authoritative drive from Powell, Mahmood will not be discouraged from getting it up there. Just in case there's that bit of movement. The 2 slips still in place.
This start reminiscent of that first game of the series where the West Indies, even though they lost wickets early, continued to attack. Thinking about the shot selection of all the wickets so far, but obviously barring the run out, they've been attacking.
Yeah, which is a tiny bit puzzling given that it hasn't worked for them in the first 2 games. Similar situation, sympathies with not winning the toss and feeling that that has a massive effect. But this time, they're even worse off, 4 down in the power play.
Very lucky, but Mahmood is getting swing in overcast conditions. England are on top. 26 for 4.
A suboptimal start for the West Indies in this 3rd T20 international. 4 overs down and 4 wickets as well. 26 for 4 in all sorts of trouble here in St. Lucia as they try to salvage this series. England leading 2-0. Coming into this, England well on top. And of course, supporters here to rally nonetheless. Archer again. Wides. Any and all extras will come in very handy for our West Indies team at this stage. Yeah, contented Jofra Archer. The entire English setup will feel very good about this start. It's been a couple of years since they've won a series in any format, and they're eyeing this one down good and proper. Well, this is struck with authority. Into the off, sails over the boundary. Captain Powell to the rescue, perhaps.
It's an excellent shot. And now Powell will be hoping that he can forge a partnership with Shimron Hetmeyer for at least maybe another 10 overs or so. 8, 9 overs. Not going into their shell, but managing their risk, still turning the strike over.
Yeah, the first 2 games, West Indies were doing a rebuilding job in the middle overs. This one having to rebuild in the power play. Yeah, curious in terms of shots selection, I'd say, Ian Bishop, considering what happened in the first 2 T20 internationals. What's your thinking here in terms of the approach from Rothman Powell and his men?
top order's given them nothing in the series, really. And they've talked about it ad infinitum, and it hasn't, up to now, been tweaked. But great credit to England, first in the field to run out Shea Hope. Saqib Mahmood played 3 games out here in 2022 in Barbados. No wickets for 96 at an economy rate over 10 in that 2022 series. But he's come out here in 2024 and he is an absolutely different bowler with great success. Great credit to him, credit to Jofra.
Yeah, the power play destroyer.
We're always wondering as a batting unit now if you're Rovman Powell and Shimron Hetmyer. Top order's given us nothing. How do we manage this innings? What's enough? What's the balance between knowing what we need to get to be competitive and ensuring that we have enough resources to get a competitive total?
Yeah, Rovman Powell scored a decent 45 odd in difficult bat conditions in that last T20 in Barbados. He was that top scorer for this side. It'll be interesting to see the roles they take, Hetmyer and Powell here, both big hitters.
Just love the fact that Jos Buttler's got attacking fielders, short leg. Too often captains come into T20 cricket thinking very defensively about stopping runs and not taking wickets. Short leg and 2 slips and a gully.
Eight off it, 5 gone. West Indies 34 for 4. Yeah, those 4 dots will be worrying signs for West Indies fans around the region and world, watching this with bated breath, with the knowledge that they need to secure a win here to stay in the series. Well, it's been a turnaround of fortunes for Saqib Mahmood. Loves it here in the West Indies, having a wonderful time with a new ball. They're hooting and hollering in the field, England. They've got their tails up here, and why wouldn't they? That last over was the only over so far without a wicket to fall. Leg by given. Umpire Leslie Rifa. A nice golden bat around Shimron Hetmyer's neck there.
He'll be hoping he can play an innings of gold today because he got nicked off for naught in the first game. Just a nice length delivery outside off stump that nicked his edge from Saqib.
Oh, that struck beautifully down the ground and won't go. That is the area, the trouble area there where there's been a lot of water. I'll pick up a couple. '39th T20 International Leslie Rifa. This is Dighton Butler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. His second. will be a lot on his mind. Shimron Hetmyer. His instinct, of course, is to go big. He's a big hitter. He's an aggressive player. But game situation requires something different here. This is uppish, and this is soft as they come. Another one for Saqib Mahmood, and the West Indies falling apart here.
It's what you call a set up and a set play with that deep backward square fielder. He got the height right, he got the line right. See Shimron Hetmyer on his toes trying to fetch it from outside off stump. It's not a great display of batting by this top order at all. They've given nothing all series. Second time in the series that Saqib has Hetmyer for 2 this time, 37 for 5.
Despondent looking. Darren Sammy. Floyd Rifa on your left, Darren Sammy on your right. Neither man will be very happy at this stage. It's the same old story from the first couple of T20 internationals. The wickets have been falling quickly.
Good short ball. He planned to do this. There's a deep third and a deep backward square. It's an easy catch. Can't control the bounce and the pace. It's one of the things you have to adjust to in St. Lucia. I term it the fairest cricket surface in the Caribbean. Because it rewards good cricket. If you can play the horizontal bat shots, you'll score runs. If you can bowl quickly, you will have an impact on the game, and occasionally with the bounce, the spinners come into it as well. A woeful batting performance at the top all series from the West Indies.
Yeah, makes difficult reading for fans of West Indies cricket. It's a beautiful place we are, St. Lucia. A stunning ground here as well in Beau Séjour. Hasn't been so pretty in the middle. We'll scamper one there and get 5 from it. So that's the power play completed, and the West Indies have slumped to 39 for 5. Pigeon Point, St. Lucia. It's just a stunning place, St. Lucia. It's got everything, beaches and mountains and a wonderful climate, particularly this time of year. It's a great place to visit. Romance is in the air at all times, and of course a wonderful place to watch this game we love. $39 for 5, the West Indies, under a lot of early pressure. And here's Rayan Ahmed. Haven't seen him in a T20 in a year or so. What a generational talent. Youngest man to debut in a test side for England. A gifted leg spinner. An embarrassment of riches at the moment for the English side. Rothman Powell and Mario Shepherd have to negotiate their way. There's been real disappointing power play scores in all 3 matches. West Indies really looking perhaps like they only know one way. Actually been worse and worse in some respects. struggling to balance perhaps the aggressive intent. Now there's a bit of a chair there on the ground. They'll run 3. To raise the spirits around this ground, bring some levity. Having gone from the ODI series into the T20 series, Bish, it's, I guess, a question and how you balance your decision-making with aggression and with caution and with understanding the game scenario, where you are in the innings. Fair to say the West Indies have struggled with that so far.
Yeah, it's a good topic of discussion, actually. They would have had the early message from the first game and then after the second game about tweaking their approach to ensure that they have sufficient wickets out of the power play. It hasn't happened, and it's something that I want to discuss as we go forward. But for now, for Rehan Ahmed, 6 wickets in 4 games when they were out here last year. Economy rate was over 10. Obviously, he's got his brothers, Raheem and Fahan, the off-spinner who took 5 wickets in the Under-19 World Cup recently. So, good pedigree, 46 for 5. But good on Sakib. 8 wickets in the power play in this series, the most by any English bowler in T20I series, including World Cups.
One wicket for Jamie Overton. For 27, his last time out. It's the first T20I. This will be a good time for him to come in with such a platform, having been set in the power play by England already.
And he bowls a heavy ball. He'll bowl a restricted number of overs. Remember watching him in the Big Bash League last year, 2023-24. He was outstanding. He went to the ILT20. Unfortunately, was diagnosed with a stress fracture of L4. Not the first one he's had. He's had 3 or 4 of them. But when he does get it right, he gets on to you very quickly.
Yeah, he was also the leading wicket taker for the Strikers in the last BBL. He knows a thing or two about this format. Like by given.
He was magnificent for them. He was their go-to bowler. Bowling good lines, bowling effectively across phases. He'll be hoping that he can regain that form. And these young ones here will be hoping that they're inspired to go on to play.
A real piece of brilliance from Bethel earlier in the field. Got rid of Shea Hope very early in the piece. It's just all gone England's way so far.
And to be fair to England, they've made it go their way. They've capitalized on any mistakes the West Indies have made. West Indies want to go aggressive, that top order. England have bowled effective lines, effective length, and set the field. One, to intimidate them, and two, to be there to capitalize on any opportunity. So great credit to Marcus Trescothick. It's something, I'm not saying it started with Brendan McCullum, but I remember back in the day, Brendan McCullum was captaining New Zealand. 2015 World Cup was a good example, how he hunted for wickets. He was one of those captains, and he wasn't the only one, but I think he brought it to a national and international spotlight that we are going to go hunting for wickets early in that World Cup, hoping to set back the opposition. And he had guys who were swinging that new ball, Bolt and Southey, etc. And I know Butler's had great chats with the coach, who isn't here at the moment, but it's a really good method.
Yeah, they'll get a single off the last. 8 gone. The Windies 50 up. 50 for 5.
Rayan Ahmed will continue. It's interesting listening to Ian Bishop. They're talking about captains going after wickets in short form cricket. Smoked down the ground from Romario Shepherd. He's got power to burn, this man. Joss Butler had long conversations with Rob Key, the director of cricket, during his absence from the game, the 4 months he had out. Joss, in an interview recently, spoke of being unsure as to whether he would be asked to continue with the captaincy. He wanted to know that it was on the basis that, not because there wasn't anybody else to do it, but because he was the right man to do it. He struggled perhaps in the early part of his captaincy career to really stamp his authority or his personality on the way that England were going to play white ball cricket in both ODIs and T20s. It certainly looked in this series so far as though that break and that reflection. Oh, it's huge. Such a simple bat swing. Rodman Powell from the crease dumps it over long on for 6.
A clean strike from the skipper in the slot and dispatched.
Adil Rashid has been Powell's nemesis. But he's decided that he's going to take a bit of a liking to the apprentice, Rayan Ahmed. Partnership 25 from 20, 62 for 5. Stunning scenes. This beautiful island of St. Lucia. The success of Julian Alfred in the Olympics. 100 metres gold medalist, St. Lucia Stars winning the CPL. All of that has the stunning backdrop of this wonderful island. Backdrop not quite so stunning for the West Indies right now as England ring the changes. Liam Livingstone.
Rodman Powell last over in the slot, slapped. What does the Apex shot tracker say? 89 meters, a biggie.
He takes on the long side. It just gets over the head of Jacob Bethel. Bethel just made a couple of paces towards the ball, thinking that it wasn't going to make it. Power from Shepherd again.
Looked a little cramped for room, but made real good contact. And you can't forgive Bethel for thinking it won't come. That's the side into the wind. Such as the power of the man. He cleared it comfortably.
Well, we spoke about Romario Shepherd in the build-up as to his maturity and skill. The Apex ball tracker, 72 metres, just made it over that long boundary, over deep mid-wicket. Incredible opportunity for him here. He's never come in this early over the course of his entire international career. Batting first in T20s. Not only his international career, his franchise career either, so he's got a real chance to do something special here.
And it's one of the things I'd love to see him batting a little higher. We are stocked with your Rutherfords and your Hetmeyers, but if we take a leaf out of the book of most other international teams, your Mitchell Marshes don't stay at 7 and 8. Ben Stokes don't stay at 7 and 8. Can we get some of our batting all-rounders who bowl a bit, who are good enough to bowl, with more batting responsibility?
Oh, that's glorious. Absolutely glorious. .76 for 5. 10 overs gone. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Powell and Shepherd with a partnership of 39 from 26, showing the top order what might have been possible had they had the patience to get through more of the power play. As it was, Shea Hope was the first man to go. Evan Lewis not realising that Bethel was left-handed. Bethel had to run all the way around it. And direct hit from square on one stump. This is a bad shot from Evan Lewis. There's no other way of dressing it up. Perhaps worse from Nicholas Purat. Boston Chase was suckered into chasing after an outswinger. And then Hetmeyer on his return to the side offered up a gift to Mosley out at deep backward square leg. 5 down, for 39 in the power play for the West Indies. More success for Saqib Mahmood, 8 wickets in the series for him. Jofra Archibald with menace and spite to pick up 1 for 23. And the West Indies are right in it again, 76 for 5. But if you're a West Indies fan and disappointed with the batting of your team, perhaps you could come here to St Lucia to drown some of those woes and sorrows. It is a truly stunning island with beautiful natural resources, clear waters, beautiful beaches, and wonderful mountain ranges of the Pitons for those who have that adventurous spirit, just like Carlos Brathwaite.
Hopefully more adventurous than I would be, but it is a very stunning spot, St Lucia. Probably my second favorite island in the Caribbean after my hometown Paradise, of course.
You surprise me.
Just before the break, Robin Powell showed his class over extra cover.
And I guess, Carlos, the question is, having been in this similar situation in the first 2 games, asked to bat first, knowing that there is going to be movement in the opening 3 to 4 overs, maybe 5 at the outside, how the West Indies have found themselves again, where batting conditions now look pretty good. Powell has peeled off some glorious shots. Shepherd has found the boundary, has found maximums. But you're 5 down when the partnership develops. It's just craziness. Look at it now. On the up, crashed through extra cover. But I repeat, you're 5 down.
You know the quality of this wicket as well. It's your home conditions. This is some of the shots that you can play once you get in. A beautiful drive, almost a slap through cover. On the up, through the line. But we all talk about the chasing team winning, and that in itself puts a little bit of pressure on team batting first. So yes, you need to get a bigger score than you would want because conditions favor the team chasing. So that is the what. The approach is the why. But to be successful and to get a total that you can defend, the question is how. And they haven't found a way in these 3 games so far to get to the 10th over with some sort of respectable total and having wickets in hand to be able to make a charge in those last 10.
The other thing is that at this ground, 8 out of the last 11 games have been won by the team batting first. Now the conditions here are a little bit different. Most of those matches would have been 6:30, 7:30 starts, but we had an hour's delay. Game was actually a 5 o'clock start, so a lot more of this West Indies innings is going to be played under lights, under similar conditions to those that England will get.
Well, I'll tell you what, that right there is astonishing, because he literally pointed to the exact location that he landed and slid. So I don't know if he has cameras at the bottom of his shoes, but
well, he left a stud in there. The stud literally came out of his boot and was stuck in the ground. So it gave him an idea.
We talk about awareness. Well, that is as close as you could get, and spare a thought for Ristopley. Something similar happened in Barbados, and he wasn't as fortunate. Thoughts are with him. He would have slid laterally as opposed to vertically the way Overton slid. But either way, fast bowling in itself is a difficult job. All that force traveling through your feet to then have to absorb it and slide and not have a base to work from is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, Topley ruled out for the rest of the series. Problem with that medial side of the right knee due to that slip. So more misfortune for the big left armour from Surrey County Cricket Club. Here's a big right armour from Surrey, who is enjoying his new lease of life back in England colours, Jamie Overton. And it'd be really interesting to watch here from the halfway point onwards, just how much more straightforward batting becomes from here on in.
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. One, there's obviously a lack of trust in the bowling unit. So they feel as though they have to score 10, 15 more for the conditions, and then 10, 15 more for the bowlers, or the lack of trust they have in the bowlers. So you're setting yourself up essentially. If the target winning total, fighting total is, let's say, 170, 180, they're all of a sudden giving themselves a target of 200 to 210. By the time you get to the 10th over and you're 70 odd for 5, the chances of even getting that initial 180 is slim to non-existent. So how can they take the surroundings, conditions out of the mind in the second innings, put a little bit of faith in the bowlers and bat what they see?
Close. There were two noises. I think he might go upstairs here, unless the two noises were both pads, in which case he's stone dead. Reluctantly reviews.
TV umpire to director. There's a player's review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please? Front on coming up. Thank you. The ball is passing very close to the bat. Can we go to ultra edge to confirm if there's any bat involved? Thank you. Ultra edge coming up. Take it back for me. And forward. Thank you. There's a spike as the ball is next to the bat. Can you take me back to Dayton on field? Dayton, I'll have you change your original decision from out to not out. You're on screen, make the signal.
So Dayton Butler has to change his mind. It's extraordinary because Rodman Powell took his time over the review, which gave you the clue that he had no idea that he'd hit it. Such is the size of the edges on the bat of Rodman Powell. He didn't feel it at all through the hands. It did end up hitting both pads, but he's saved by DRS. But he had no idea he was on his way off the park.
And he literally only reviewed it because it was the smart thing to do, not because he thought it'd be overturned. He was on his way off. And oops, there's a little bit of a spike. Get a life.
Good bit of bowling from Overton with the off cutter that sort of skidded off the surface a little bit. But England make another change. Sam Curran comes in, a new role for him. No sign of him getting the new ball with Mahmood and Archer at the moment, so he's having to play his trade, bowling the odd over in the middle overs, the odd over at the death. But of course is batting up in the top 6 for England as well.
curious case of Curran. Sam, on this occasion, we'll have a chat after this ball about it. Cleared the tournament in last T20 winning campaign, 22 in Australia. Now with a slightly different role of batting higher in the order, less importance, let's say, bowling wise, because he doesn't have the tools they want for the new ball role. Where do you see Sam Curran in England's white ball team? Where do you see his skill set fitting into what England apparently want to build?
It's a really difficult one. Really difficult. So batting at 6, Harry Brook is to come back into this side. Got the likes of Livingston, who they're happy to give more responsibility to. And then, of course, his real strengths as a bowler perhaps get negated by the strengths of somebody like Saqib Mahmood with the new ball, or Jofra Archer's now back fit. So it might be that Sam, through no fault of his own, goes from being a pivotal part of a World Cup winning side to being a squad member, as opposed to a guaranteed starter. I mean, we'll see how things pan out, but just in terms of his new role, or his adjusted role, I suppose, in this 11 where he's batting up in the top 6, and you kind of bring Brook back into the side, you think, well, he's not going to play in front of Harry Brook. And you've got your new ball bowlers now, who they would like to be the likes of Mahmood, Archer, Topley. So the role for him becomes slightly diminished unless they can get him into the top order, top 6. Decent over, just the 3 runs from it. 86 for 5.
It's 23 combined runs from the West Indies top 5, lowest ever in T20 international history when batting first. This partnership has been sensible and smart, though. They tried to rebuild and take the West Indies to a respectable position. They've played Rian Ahmed well. 2 overs going for 19. 2 guys who have had their individual difficulties against leg spin in the past. If the partnership comes up. All about the positioning. Intelligence from the West Indies in this partnership.
Didn't get anywhere close to it. When you come down the track, you're trying to get close to the pitch. Well, he got closer. But to still manage to hit through the line of it safely.
Done well to put Rian Ahmed, who's into his first game of the series, under some degree of pressure, even though they've been losing wickets.
5th, 6th of the innings. Apex shot tracker giving us the trajectory of the 83-meter hit.
Deep cover comes a bit finer now to deep extra cover. That has been hit so powerfully. I hope his right hand is okay.
I think Powell did well also to react to the direction of a shot and get his bat back. There's a missed opportunity, I think. Absolutely right. It came back very quickly. No time to get two hands to it. Just one.
May just be semblance of someone who's not played a lot of T20 international cricket in recent times. Mentioned earlier, it hasn't played since the last year's series here in the Caribbean. A lot of red ball cricket. He's been full, and when he's been full, the West Indies have capitalized.
Mentioned the missed opportunity last a couple of deliveries ago. Hit very, very firmly.
Curran just does well enough. Does he bowl another over after going for 3? We'll find out. 96 for 5. Curran's over went for just 3 runs. Interesting here, Bish. Bit of drying.
Yeah, when the 6 was hit down the ground in Rehan Ahmed's over, Livingston fetched the ball and he was drying it assiduously. A lot of guys have rags. Obviously, we've had a lot of rainfall over the last couple of weeks into yesterday, and you can see the impact on the outfield with drying agent. And the ball has picked up moisture along the way. He came out to the Caribbean early, came out to Barbados, spent some time out there with Jofra Archer, Saqib Mahmood, and he started off in Barbados very well. 4 wickets in the first game, found some swing and seam in the second game, and here today again in the power play, being excellent. And I think we can look at different narratives across the series so far. And absolutely right, the West Indies top order have given them very little. I think one of the other things that differentiates the teams up to this point anyway has been England's bowling has been able to draw on greater potency, more weapons available. Adil Rashid with taking wickets in the middle, Liam Livingston's off spin and wrist spin, Jofra Archer with a couple of wickets in the series, Saqib Mahmood. They've gone to Rehan Ahmed today. It hasn't quite paid off yet. Reece Topley was in, then he was out. Dan Mosley, Jacob Bethel.
Phil Salt was very confident. He's trying to communicate that to Joss Butler, who's standing in extra cover. He heard nothing. He has gone the crack of dawn. Zahid Basrat, third umpire.
Umpire to director. There's a player's review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Front on coming up. Ball is passing very close to the gloves. Can we get Ultra Edge to confirm if there's any bat involved? Ultra Edge coming up. Flat line. Flat line. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you. There's a flat line as the ball passes the bat. Can you take me back to Leslie on field? Leslie, I'll have you stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen. Make the signal.
Confirmation. Phil Salt was questioning whether it hit the thigh pad. Seemed to have hit nothing. Yes, that also has not gone down the leg side enough to be given wide. After we've seen that it's hit nothing. Deep fine leg has gone back to join backward square mid-wicket and long on. 4 deep on the leg side. Setting up that shorter delivery. And just to build on your point, Bish, about England and their bowling, I wonder if they've found something in this series. Just thinking back to them at the World Cup. South Africa game which they lost. South Africa 63 for none after the power play. India in the semi-final. Good start for them. With Saqib Mahmood now, with the other options they have back home, Potts and Braden Cars, have they found a dynamic duo in the power play to then set up Mark Wood and others to come with pace, middle, and then, of course, their back-end bowling? This could be an important series for the future of their T20 cricket. Good skills on show. 2 runs from Mahmood's final over. 98 for 5. West Indies, this partnership gone nicely, smartly, and a slight improvement in their strike rotation, middle overs. Will be a change of ends for Sam Curran, now from the media center, and after bowling that 1 over for 3 runs. 4 middle overs for Curran actually in the series. He's gone for just 10 runs. Can't forget his impact in the middle specifically. Amazing the disparity. Curran's 4 overs in the middle have gone for 10. His 3 overs at the death have gone for 44 runs. Pick the floor delivery. He has really nailed that, Rodman Powell. It's the first T20 international 50 in 14 innings. And the captain has played a real responsible and smart knock tonight.
And he batted manfully in difficult conditions in the second T20I in Barbados, getting to just over 40, backing it up here with
slightly more pace in his innings, setting an example and saying to the top order, if you set yourself up, you too could have benefited from this.
Will be relief for him, but also good signs showing that he can still withstand the storm of some leg spin which he's faced in the series after being dismissed by Rashid. He's played it well since that point. And Curran changing the angle now to come around.
There is no wind at all blowing across this ground, and it's one of the things that all the analysts of the teams who would have played here during the World Cup, teams visiting here, talk about the possibility of wind. Shepherd talked about it today. If the wind is blowing, you use it to your benefit. That hit by Powell didn't need any assistance. Now he'll be hoping that himself and Shepherd can sort of drive this deeper for another couple of overs at least.
Split the two fielders. Geoff Archer as well. And this just building on this Powell innings. Even Shepherd, who for the third time in the series has given the West Indies impact in the lower order. I wonder how the top order reflects on this approach and his approach as well. You look back at the last 6 times the West Indies have batted first, they've lost 5 of them. And the places they played in, Dambulla in Sri Lanka, where the pitches had something in it, Kensington Oval a couple of days ago, and you were talking about it in the last game. How do you find the adaptability in the top order players to be able to still score and churn out competitive totals even when the conditions are challenging?
I find it a fascinating conversation. We've seen it time and again that the top order, when there is a challenge, and I've said it's not only a West Indian problem, it's you look at the T20 World Cup and how challenging it was for batting units. The bowlers had a good time and several batting teams did not cope well. You've got to have some sort of thinking process, thought process to assess conditions very, very quickly. Be brave enough to formulate a plan, but you've also got to have the skill. So thinking is one thing, that's paramount, but also have the skill to be able to keep out a few deliveries, be willing to keep out a few deliveries, and set a base for the innings. And I think 2 of those things still need tweaking in this group. The thought process, the assessment, but also having that capability to keep out a few deliveries that are spinning or that are seaming and bouncing, and then advance your innings as Powell has done here.
Well bowled in the end, but 12 from the over. West Indies going nicely, 110 for 5. No Dan Mosley, picked up a couple wickets in the last T20 International, again underlining the depth, strength, and the resources England have. 6 options used again. This is a problem the West Indies have, where they've struggled to find options. Change of ends for Overton. He and Curran have swapped ends. That slower delivery got dipped and is completely outfoxed Romario Shepherd. He has reviewed it though.
TV umpire to director. There's a player's review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please? Front on coming up. Ball is passing very close to the bat. Can we get Ultra Edge to confirm if there's any bat involved? Thank you. Just waiting on Ultra Edge, guys. Ultra Edge is coming up. Thank you. Forward. Forward. Flatline is ball is passing the bat. No bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when available? Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Thank you. Can you take me back to Leslie on field? Leslie, I'll have you stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen. Make the signal.
Outgiven. Good floor delivery from Overton. Great change of pace and dip. Shepherd gone for 30. West Indies 110 for 6. Gudakesh Moti, we could almost call it all-rounder now. In. Do they go short to Moti with deep leg side square field?
It's a top-class slow delivery that got rid of Romario. Shepherd threw his shot way too early. Is there a distinction in the grip or the release? Held it in a similar manner to the last ball or the first one to Moti, and the off break, in many words, you could see him change the grip as he loaded up. Very, very well delivered. Way through, too early through the shot. The key with so many of these, look at the thumb. Coming off the ball as he starts his downward trajectory. The key, one of the keys to doing it is to ensure that batsmen who are looking for those changes have very little time, that it is obscured as much as well as you can do it.
Into the pitch, back of length again from Overton. This has been a great sequence of deliveries across the series. West Indies in further trouble, 7 down.
Hard length is what you call it, and you get a response from the surface here in St. Lucia. Some of the batters haven't been able to cope with it. Very good bowling though. Not for Moti, 110 for 7. Alzari Joseph has made his way to the middle. And just knowing when to take pace off, as Overton did against Shepherd, and when to go hard into the pitch for the newer batter, dislocate his skill set, is a great part of bowling in the pressure times in this format and in white ball cricket. Freddie Wild on the left there, the analyst.
And I think this will be a quite successful West Indian trip for Jamie Overton, not for the West Indies top order. But when they think about Overton's 35 in the third ODI, showing his batting power, his hard length bowling, as you said, Bish, but then the occasional slower delivery, and then that dipping slower ball, he's got the skills. After a long time out with injury, great to see him back, because they think he can play an important role for them. 111 for 7. It's always a great opportunity when cricket goes to the various islands around the Caribbean, and great for the students of Dunatar School in Castries to take in this crucial T20I. Saw Darren Sammy yesterday actually sending a message to them at practice. He sent it in patois to the students and wanted to implore that they come to the game and get to see this West Indies team in action, their teachers and volunteers accompanying them as well. Spinney there, lovely, smiling. This is what cricket can bring out of you, and the CWI director, Louise Victor Frederick, there as well, especially inviting the guests.
Can Powell marshal this innings to the very end with Alzari, Akil Hussain to come, Terence Hines as an all-round package? Or can Archer create further inroads? Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. What have you made of Jofra so far on this tour?
I thought he's bowled excellently without reward on most occasions, and you think back even to this power play, a lot of pressure was built from his end. Shahid Mahmood reaped the rewards. So when you're looking at stats and purely stats, this series won't reflect the effort and the quality that he's produced.
Steep bounce.
I was trying to formulate a kind of comparison, and you would tell me if this is accurate. Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh. You'd always remember these spells uncomfortable for batters playing and missing prodigious seam movement. And Courtney Walsh would just come, nice little in-swinger, out-swinger, take the edge. And more often than not, he might reap the rewards, obviously with great skill, great planning and execution, but he reaped the rewards of the pressure built by Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, they were a fascinating combination, actually. Sir Curtly was less experimental with his bowling. He would not give you a drive willingly, for example, as an attitude, even if sometimes a batsman was susceptible. Courtney was more experimental. He would have his slower delivery coming at you. He would bowl different lines, change up his length. And I think in their own ways, they built pressure. Courtney could build pressure when he chose to. But he was just more willing to change things up. And they worked very well as a combination for so very long. Excellent pair, 113 for 7. An opportunity to bowl his full 4 overs. Not enough distance. And another important wicket for Overton and for England. The step batter, the captain, Powell, falls.
Pace on this time, catching the bottom of the bat. Bethel wide-eyed, focused and poaching. A relatively easy catch. Good knock from the skipper. Potentially not enough. 54 for him, 113 for 8, the West Indies.
Akil Hussain replaces Rodman Powell.
Jamie Overton has been cross-seam for majority of his deliveries, whether it be pace on or slow ball, and another cross-seam delivery, a little fuller in length. Just wonder if it beat Rodman Powell for pace a bit. He was a little bit late, taking the bottom as he looks at his bat in disgust. But elation for Bethel, for Overton, for England on the cusp of a series victory.
100 T20 wickets for Overton. Having had a few stress fractures myself, nothing more pleasing. That's why I have a lot of empathy for guys like Overton, like Reece Topley with the injuries they've had to go through. It's 3, 4, maybe 5 times he's had stress fractures. L4 in the last occasion post the ILT20 this year. Great to see him back to some semblance of fitness with the ball, because I think he rushes when he goes into the pitch, because he's a tall man. He climbs onto you a little bit quicker than you think.
Yeah, play with him at ILT20, and the thud that the ball makes when it hits the pitch, even in the warm-up. He has the full package. Tall, hits the deck with the bat, can smash it a mile, and can bowl in all phases as well.
It's a valuable shot from Alzari Joseph. Yep, the umpire doesn't need to signal, he has.
Getting deep in the crease, Alzari, and nice swing. He would tell you his prowess is a test batter. Definitely has batting ability, and it's all on show in that stroke.
I thought that was coming with a field that he had set with the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg.
very little room and margin to pitch the ball up unless you're absolutely sure you're going to nail it, because you've got mid-off and mid-on in position. No one deep down the ground.
That's been one of the highlights of Jos Buttler's captaincy in this series.
Valiant effort, he was tracking it. Will Jackson hit the bottom of the bat.
But I think that's what this field creates as well, because that isn't short by any stretch of imagination. But because of the pace and because of what you think is coming, the weight is on the back foot. So you actually can't maximize long off and long on, or the absence of those fielders. It's a quite clever tactic. It goes back to what I was trying to make the point before. The commitment to a plan and setting the field, even though it might look unorthodox. You had an open cover region and a reinforcement on the leg side. They set the fields in the both of them.
Change the field forward, last ball, deep third came up, long on. Went down into position, 1-2-2 for 8. Two overs left in the innings. Big problems for the West Indies. 122 for 8 if you just joined us. 5 down in the power play. Shakib again, very good. Backed up by Overton. Outstanding. Archer's played his part. Curran. Archer bowled out, Saqib bowled out, Overton bowled out. Wonder who bowls the last over.
It'll be good to watch Sam Curran and the other England bowlers go about the work in the back end. We call this phase of play the death overs. Last 5 overs or so. When batters are coming at you, what are your plans? I think the England bowlers have been very good in this series so far, just committing to a plan and executing. And if there's one area that West Indies, rather international team or at the lower level, can learn, is how to close out a game. I think we got enough stocks with our opening bowlers, middle overs, but how can we create some more death bowlers, guys who are happy and adept to just execute a wide plan, a Yorker plan, and just be really disciplined at the back end. Leg buys on this occasion. Curran sliding down the leg side, not getting bat on it, Akhil Hussain, but 4 valuable runs to the West Indies.
Not enough power on that, and falls short. Mentioned 1 over to be bowled by someone other than Archer and Saqib and Overton, who have bowled out.
We saw Dan Mosley bowl late in the innings in Barbados with those fast Yorkers, attempted Yorkers. Hasn't bowled a single over yet in this game.
And we see this tactic from captains trying to get teams bowled out. You think back to the World Cup and New Zealand paid for it. Can West Indies exact some damage in the final 6 deliveries, regardless of who bowls it?
Very good Yorker. Lowest score successfully defended in T20Is at this ground was 145 by the West Indies against Australia back in 2021. Top shot. Top shot to end the 19th over, 135 for 8.
Good thinking, giving himself some room, Akil Hussain. Ball at those 3 sticks if you dare, and he did. And expertly smashed over cover. Beautiful cricket shot, loved by all and sundry.
England have been very good from the first over. They'll be hoping that they're very good in the last over. Dan Mosley. Can bowl those fast darts. Mentioned that at Warwickshire, he said to his captain, I don't mind bowling against right or left-handers. I'm not just a match-up bowler. I want to be able to bowl to right-handers because I think I'm good enough at it as well. He's coming round the wicket. Perhaps we'll look to bowl some of those into the shoes, into leg stump. Look at this grip on the ball. Misses his target by some distance. Not Alzari though, just manages to get it to dribble into the ropes on the damp outfield.
Yeah, met exactly what needed to be done. You could see Alzari planning for that straighter line, dragging that front leg out of the way, but good head position and able to access the offside regardless of line.
Went for 15 off the last over of the innings in Barbados, Dan Mosley. Damp ball here might be problematic, a little problematic here as well with all the rainfall that we've had. Errant throw. Almost another errant throw.
That's the face of a man that's not pleased. Dan Mosley picking up, and you always say just get it back to the keeper. And he perfectly split the 2 opening bowlers, who then had an overthrow, and Liam Livingstone was backing up. Could have been quite comical. A flick into the leg side for potentially 3. But 2 it was in the end. Alzari Joseph back on strike, 3 balls remaining.
Missed opportunity there as well. Not an easy take at that pace, but Alzarri was a long way down. Very good. After that 4 off the first ball, he's come back well, Mosley. Four to start the over, 4 to end the over. And the West Indies finish on 145 for 8. What a good bowling effort from Saqib Mahmood and Jofra Archer to start Overton in the middle and end phase. 2 good shots by Alzarri Joseph.
And you could hear the cry of anguish from Dan Mosley. 5 down in the power play. West Indies will be happy with 145 for 8. We think it's not enough, but it's enough to give themselves a chance if all goes well in their power play.
Get a chance now to see if Alzarri can bring anything with the ball in hand, but Lewis, Hope, Puran, Chase, Hetmeyer disappointing again. I wonder how they reflect on how this series has gone, how open and frank they are with themselves. Single figures for the top 5. And then Powell and Shepherd gave some respectability to that middle phase of the game, and Alzarri Joseph at 21 at the back end gave them 145 for 8.
Jofra Archer and Saqib Mahmood exceptional. Jamie Overton cleaning up the middle and the back end. His first block of 4 overs. Another tick in the box. Exceptional stuff as a bowling unit, but a tremendous start from the 2 up top. Finished well by Overton.
Let's join Alex Jordan.
Jimmy Overton, well bowled tonight, 3 for 20 off your 4. Great to see you back out there in the England colours and bowling well. Tell us a bit about that journey back from the stress
Yeah,
fracture.
it's been a long one. A couple of back-to-back stress fractures is not ideal, but yeah, feels nice to be back and body feels good, so it's nice to be back out bowling.
Are you regaining the confidence now, trusting the body again?
Yeah, I think so. It's just trying to build it back up. The last game I was just rested just because precautionary, just don't want to put too much stress on too soon. So it's just trying to keep doing what I'm doing, and yeah, the body's feeling good, so let's just try and keep going.
Looking so good, so impactful out there. Have they defined a role for you in this English white ball setup?
Not particularly. I think it's just to keep doing what I'm doing. Obviously, I'll probably come out of the power play, so it's just trying to hit the top of the stumps, trying to make it as hard work for the batsmen as possible, and yeah, just trying to keep it simple as possible, really.
You made it pretty hard work tonight, 145, a modest total on the board. Feel good about that?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looked a little bit tricky early on. There was a bit of like tennis ball sort of bounce. So yeah, if we can get stuck in early, and then yeah, fingers crossed we can get those runs on the board.
Well bowled tonight. Thanks for your time.
Perfect.
So England will need 146 to wrap up the series in this third T20 international of their 20 overs at a rate of just under 7.5 on average. Well, we'll take a short break, but before we get there, let's have a look at the 400th international cricketer for the West Indies, Terence Hines, who made his debut in this series.
Hi everyone, this is Terence Hines, and this is quick fire questions. Anytime I'm ready?
Yeah, anytime you're ready. Who was the funniest on this team and why?
This is a tie between Rutherford and Keelosin. Those two guys are just ridiculous in the dressing room.
Who is the biggest hitter on the team?
That's a tie as well. Rovman and Nicholas Puran.
It's big, high, handsome.
Describe yourself in 3 words.
Fearless, unpredicted, and ongoing.
How would your friends describe you in 3 words?
In 3 words, I put in 1. clown. I always try to make everyone laugh and be that jolly guy.
Hit powerfully. This is the batting prowess he possesses, Terence Hines.
Who is your cricketing idol?
Idol? I don't really have an idol, but I look up to a lot of past players like Dwayne Bravo, Marlon Samuels. That's my guy. Everything he do is just professional enough for me. I like how he be on the field.
Proudest moment in your career so far?
Oh, this is representing the West Indies.
What's the most embarrassing moment in your career so far?
The most embarrassing? That's for the CPL. I went I bowled 4 for 50, so that was pretty embarrassing.
What is your favourite food?
I love pilau.
Are you a good cook?
This question is a trick question. Yes and no. Certain things I can cook, certain things I can watch, but cannot cook.
What's your favourite gym exercise?
Legs.
What's your favourite song right now?
My favourite song right now, I listen to dancehall a lot, so my favourite song will be TJ.
If I gave you $1,000, what would you buy?
I will help someone. I love to help people, so. I'm Terence Hines, and that was quick fire questions.
That's great.
And put in fearless to me too as well.
Yes, welcome back to the Darren Sammy cricket ground here in lovely St Lucia. Third T20 international between West Indies and England. Well, it's followed a fairly familiar pattern as far as this series is concerned. Joss Buttler won the toss, inserted the West Indies without hesitation, and West Indies top order committed Harry Carey inside the power play to end up 39 for 5 in the first 6 overs. Top order being blown away by a combination of excellent new ball bowling from Mahmood and Archer and some extraordinary strokes. This was a bit of brilliance from Jacob Bethel. Poor running from Evan Lewis, should have been a single there, but Bethel did the rest with a direct hit from square on. Evan Lewis tried to pull a half volley from Saqib and was caught by Jofra Archer. Nicholas Pooran was then knocked over, aiming an ugly swipe towards the leg side off Archer. Chase was nicked off by Mahmood. Hetmeyer back into the side gave catching practice to Mousey to give Mahmood his third. Then Overton was quite superb at the back end for England with a wet ball, hitting the pitch hard, mixing up his pace, and England's outfielding once again was safe as houses. So despite a 73-run six-wicket partnership between Powell and Shepherd, West Indies only managed 145 for 8. Archer and Saqib were brilliant with the new ball. 1 for Archer, 3 for Saqib, and then Jamie Overton with 3 for 20 through the middle continues his comeback to full fitness with the ball. England very tidy, West Indies markedly less so.
West Indies have something to bowl at. The low order again has pulled them through, but stopping the English openers and English top order has been quite the issue. First Phil Salt, then Butler and Jacks. Second T20I. They do have Alzari Joseph back in, and he knows this venue quite well, playing for the St. Lucia Kings last 5 CPL seasons, so they'll be hoping he can provide that bit of extra burst. But they will need to dismiss both these openers relatively quickly with a below par total, Mark Butcher.
Absolutely. New ball wickets, power play wickets for the West Indies. From the point of view of Jacks and Salt, however, the run rate required only being 7 will not be particularly devilish should they decide to take things on in a measured manner. Given the form that Salt has showed not only on this tour but against the West Indies in general, the chances are that he will come out all guns blazing. And Will Jacks, with his top score of the tour so far in the previous game, 38 from 29, will be feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Rodman Powell made 50, so he kept up his end of the bargain as skipper for the West Indies. He'll have to pull a few rabbits out of the hat in order to stop England from completing a 3-0 series victory here with 2 games to go.
All right, this is interesting. Usually Akil Hossain is the resident new ball bowler for the West Indies, but Romario Shepherd, who will be searching for vengeance, last time he bowled here wasn't happy returns in that World Cup game against England. But change of tactic, Butch.
Yeah, and I don't mind seeing it. I think what we've seen in all of these T20 games so far is that there is a little bit of something for the seam bowlers with the new ball. Akil Hossain, with the field back, brilliant bowler. He may well be the answer to West Indies' difficulties in taking wickets outside of the power play, and it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to see if that happens. But Powell is going to go with Joseph, you would think, and Shepherd with the new ball to see if they can get 3 to 4 overs of movement out of this new ball before it picks up moisture and goes gun barrel straight.
I had a chat with Ken Crafton yesterday, head curator, Butch, and he was actually making the point that he feels with a bit of Drew factor coming in under the lights, actually bowling second, sometimes the ball does a bit because of that tinge of green grass. Sometimes you can get extra bounce, a few to kick on. So we will see. Starting with a slip, Powell on the aggressive, deep point, and a backward square.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure, Nikhil, if you don't start off with 2 seamers, there's very little for them once the ball starts to pick up some moisture. It also becomes very difficult for the spinners to get any sort of grip. England's spinners wicketless over the course of their innings, and it was markedly different. Once you got outside the power play and the ball got a bit older, it was much, much easier to bat. England have only won the 1 T20 series since the World Cup in 22. That against Pakistan in England back in May. Drew 2-all against New Zealand, 2-all against Australia, lost against Bangladesh. So this England team will be looking to get back to winning ways.
First runs for Jackson. Speaking of that Pakistan team, Butch. Pakistan, that opposition, was the last time they've lost chasing 150 or fewer in T20I since 2018. 15 instances, won 14 of them, as you would expect. Such a powerful batting lineup. And 150 now in today's game, most of the time being below par.
Yeah, unless you've got a surface that is helping the bowlers to an extreme extent. I don't think this is one of those.
Shepherd had success out of the power play last game, bowling wide. Got both Jacks and Butler. Been tighter onto the stumps in the power play, looking for early movement. Just to tease the English fans, on that day, 2022 in Lahore, when they lost chasing 150, they were 42 for 3, so they lost 3 in the power play. Maybe that's a secret for the West Indies, to get 3, if they can even get 2. Five for none. Return for Azari Joseph at a venue where he knows well. He's played 4 seasons for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL here. 20 matches, T20s that is, 15 wickets at 21 apiece. Won the CPL earlier this year with St. Lucia. And has got Jats a couple of times last year in the T20 series, bowling short. So on strike though, with 2 deep on the leg side, backward square, deep mid-wicket. Look at Jacks and the way he batted in the last game, but the majority of his boundaries were in the offside. Anytime the West Indies went wide, he was able to pounce. So can they be straighter with this field? And also knowing that Joseph has got him with the shorter delivery, maybe that's an option. Deep third and backward square.
Well, good heat from Alzari Joseph. First couple of deliveries, 139, 140. It's good to know as a captain that you've got a bowler that can push the openers onto their back foot, contest them with that short ball. Hard length, top of the stumps, not get driven back past them.
Minor victory for him. 9 deliveries, no boundaries conceded. Of course, no rush needed by England. Just 7.5 runs and over required to win the series, remember, folks.
Poran probably muttering under his breath, how did that not hit the stumps? I got bowled by Jofra Archer. Just had enough energy on it to get over the top of middle and leg. Salt is very successful against length deliveries in comparison to most batters in world cricket.
Salt haven't seen that natural way swinger and good bowling to the plan, because he's got too deep on the leg side for Salt. For Jacks, who is a strong offside player, they've opted to keep the deep point.
Yeah, it's interesting. Always convinced, particularly when you're looking for wickets, that gully line, backward point area is a good place to catch, particularly batters who like to drive a bit on the up, like Will Jacks. That position out there is very much a run-saving one. Quietish start for England. 9 without loss from 2.
T20 internationals to go in the series. If England win this one, they take the series, which the West Indies did in the ODIs. Akil Hussain now, rare that we didn't see him bowling the brand new ball, will still get the new ball 2 overs in. West Indies yet to concede a boundary, so it will be relatively new. Six of his 8 overs in the series been in the power play. It's gone at less than 6 runs an over. Great use of the crease, and again that offside where Jacks is so fluent.
First boundary for England. It's a high quality one from Will Jacks, not without its risk. Akil Hussain is always looking for that ball just to run on with the arm, try and slide it past the inside edge of the right-handed batter. Jacks on that occasion kept the bat nice and perpendicular. Beautiful stroke.
Probably not straighting enough. Right to Phil Salt. Hussain set him up well. First T20 international, first ball of the game actually, bowled the drifter. First ball of the last game, bowled the orthodox delivery, which Salt drove straight to extra cover. So he used the field well, Akil Hussain, with 2 deep on the leg side to almost set up that delivery that spins away. Starting with the same field, deep long on and deep mid-wicket. So what's Salt thinking? Drifter into me, or is he going to bowl the orthodox delivery and bluff him? He's got him again, this time with the drifter. He is a master with the new ball in hand, Akil Hussain.
Well, Phil Sort's love affair with St Lucia has taken a bit of a dent. Like the orthodox delivery that just didn't spin, just went on after it hit the pitch, hit the shiny side. And Sort has a tendency to just give himself a bit of room with that front pad. Once it missed the inside edge of the bat, cannoned off the pad and into the stumps. He's got him again. Sort goes for 14 for 1.
Captain Joss Butler, a scintillating 83 in Barbados a couple days ago in his second game after injury. Great setup, and I wonder how much that last delivery played on Salt's mind, as well as the field. Let's not forget that. Master would have maybe expected a drifter there, but as you said, the grip looked like the orthodox delivery, but it didn't spin.
Yeah, good pace, 94 kilometres per hour. Just snuck past him. Nice tight start this from all the West Indies bowlers.
Good intensity from the West Indies. Boundary in the over, but a crucial wicket, 15 for 1. For 1 will be a change of ends for Mario Shepherd. We know the difficulties and dangers with back-to-back overs in the power play. So starting from the media center end, there's no change. First over went for just 5. Did get Butler caught at deep third in the first game. Well, sorry, yeah, first T20 international. He's got a wide, deep point and deep backward square. Ramp of Shepherd last game, Butler. And maybe just a hopeful review.
it's reminiscent of a couple of the shots from the West Indies top order. This massive yahoo across the line from Will Jacks. Didn't hear anything in the stump mic. Jacks was through it way too soon.
Good change of pace, and good to see the West Indies going pace off early. Haven't really seen that a lot in the series where they're changing up their pace in the power play. But it's good build-up of pressure, and even you can see with just 145 to get, if you can deny boundaries, even though England are probably still well set here, you still force an error or force a rash shot like we saw from Jacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And England have been under no pressure whatsoever in the series up to this point. He lost the 5 wickets in the first 2 run chases, so lower order hasn't had the chance or the opportunity to get out there in the middle. Could cause some panic with a couple of early wickets.
And deep fine leg went back for that last delivery because of the scoop that Buttler plays and played it against Shepherd in the last game. So good from Buttler. You saw him just stepping away and trying to open up the offside. The length that they bowl to him tonight will be so critical, Butch, because in the last game, that 83, so many of his boundaries, in fact, half his runs came down the ground. They went full.
Excellent from Romario Shepherd. He's had a good game so far. Really solid, sensible with the bat. 73-run partnership with his skipper, Powell. So it seems the more responsibility you give this young man, the better results you get from him.
Missed his length. May have been attempted pace off, it was, but completely missed his length, and a good way for England to end the over, 22 for 1.
Asking rate still under 8. Very early in the innings, Akeal Hussain. And get through safely in the end.
Attempted back of the hand slow ball, badly lined. Not pitching, full toss. Easy put away.
Couldn't get there. Just before that ball was bowled, Nicholas Puran looked at Powell and the guys in the offside and said, look for a catch there. Almost came to pass. Did it grip?
That's the ill-judged shot Nikhil was talking about, and just wondering the technique of Captain Rodman Paul running back. Running face on, head up in the air, tilted backward. Could he have been side on and pedaling backward, give himself more of a chance?
Ashe Hope.
Just have a look at the body position of the captain. He's running chest on and then having to try to lunge for it. Just wonder if he could have made a little bit more ground, tracking back sideways. You do the karaoke in the warm-up, something similar to that. Made a little bit more ground, get a bit closer to the drop zone, then have to exert less of a dive.
Hit the gap nicely.
Good weight transfer from Jacks. Rocking back, had to get it in front to square. There's a deep backward square fielder. Once he missed the man at mid-wicket with his strength and power, was always going to be four. Well placed.
Final over of the power play usually can be a tough one if you've got a set batter or two there. Jack set, I wonder who bowls this. Alzari has bowled one. And he bowled it quite well for just 4 runs. This time, surely this time. Yes, he does. Similar technique, but he holds on to it this time. And Akeal Hussain outstanding again in the power play.
Captain catches captain. Akeal Hussain rewarded for persistence. Butler forcing it. Paul settling and poaching. Kiss of appreciation and approval from Akeal. 32 for 2. Josh Butler gone for 4.
Jacob Ethel replaces Josh Butler. It's a bounce as well. We often talk with Akeal Hussain about his arm ball and his variation, but he will tell you one of the important factors is the length that he bowls it. Not only line, but length into the pitch. Hard to get under.
Yeah, lots of love. 94 Ks as well. The fastest ball he bowled in that over. Extra bounce. Hitting his sticker. And quite uncomfortable. And there's your answer, Bish, who will bowl the final power play over. Yielded 21 in the second T20I with Mario Shepherd. It's the returning Alzari Joseph.
Fascinated to see the field if Bethel gets on strike. And the reason I say that is because his default shot is that slash through the point area where Roston Chase caught him. I remember if it was the ODI or the first T20 in Barbados. Just look at that area square of the wicket. Who's in there? Hines at short third. Correction, it was the third ODI. I blame my producer, who shall remain nameless. It's a deep point. There he goes. Guides it nicely, guides it magnificently, well controlled.
It's a good adjustment from Bethel as well. That dismissal was slashing. On this occasion, he guided it nicely. There's a little bit more bounce in Lucia versus Barbados, and Alzari, a lot more pace. Really good adjustment. Shows for a young man how quickly he can adapt at this level. That is his shot. He won't die wandering.
Very good from Alzari Joseph. A little nibble and a fine enough edge on return to the West Indies team. He prizes out an early one.
Adjustment in length for Alzari. Just moves straightening and carrying on with the angle. A feather of a nick, and in true Alzari Joseph fashion, no smile, minimal celebration. That's the end of Bethel. Short stay. England 37 for 3.
One southpaw replaces another. Sam Curran replaces Jacob Bethel.
Scramble seam of sorts, not trying to swing it back as we know he can. Just letting it run on with the angle. And ultra edge confirms. Wonder if he just beat in for pace a bit. Front foot not quite set. Still coming forward in that defense. Almost hitting the nick on the way, the back path, on the way forward. 140 Ks from Alzari. Just what the West Indies have been missing.
Three-quarter seam again. Nice touch. You get value for good shots here in St. Lucia if you can play them and use the pace and bounce.
Length on it nicely, Curran. Hitting into the ground as well. Shows you his weight as well. Forward, head over the ball. Played really late. Good technique from the young man. But it's also the approach of shots like those, the 4 from Bethel earlier, versus the more swashbuckling style of the West Indies approach. In St. Lucia, you can get full value. Hold your shape, play good cricket shots.
Takes some getting accustomed. It's been interesting with Alzari Joseph. He loves the ball from that end, particularly when the wind is up. There's no wind today, but he likes eventually coming down that slope, and sometimes he'll get the ball to shape back into lefties and away from right-handers. Almost every delivery I've watched him so far, he's had that three-quarter seam grip. Same again there. So he's looking to bowl into the pitch and not looking to swing it. Power play complete. 42 for 3. In pursuit of 146 for victory and a series victory, England 42 for 3 after the power play. Terence Hines is coming to bowl. He's never taken a wicket in the power play in T20s where he's gone at over 10 and over. His best work in T20s in general has come in the middle overs, an economy rate of about 7.5 and wickets. 16 T20 game, his second T20 international. And just watching him at practice yesterday, doing what pleased you so much when you saw him in that first T20I, looking to bowl wide of off stump, practicing his Yorkers, his wide, slower deliveries, but he's got to give something of a different length in the middle overs, I think.
Yeah, and I think St. Lucia suits him well. One thing that he offers in those middle overs with a slightly slingy action, and I had a chat with him before playing, I mentioned it, one of the challenges I've had facing him is that it never quite gets as high as you think it would. It feels like he always rushes you and slides onto the sticker as opposed to actually getting up above waist height off a good length. So it'd be nice to see with St. Lucia offering a little bit more bounce. How does that counteract or aid that slinginess and that difficulty of him hitting a length and rushing the batter? The England power play. Good start from West Indies as a bowling unit. Akeal Hosein has always been good in the power play. Continued again today. Phil Salt and Josh Butler, the two casualties, and then a beautiful delivery from the returning Alzari Joseph. Feather of edge from Jacob Bethel. And 3 of the stars of the white ball series so far have been dismissed.
Flown past point very, very quickly.
Full and wide and thrashed from Curran. A missile. Absolutely middled.
Perhaps another option, as I mentioned before, is bowl a different thing. Use the pitch a little bit more to start with. That top of off length that we often talk about on this pitch. Oh, just as good. Top class from Sam Curran. Brings up the 50 for England.
Beautiful. Elegant. Balance, hitting down on top of it. Whistling away on a damp outfield. Picture perfect from Sam Curran.
Better, tighter line and better length.
This is potentially something he can work on. I was speaking to him about what his role would be in the team, and I know, for example, he's very adept at the death. He was talking about getting into the middle overs and then bowling enough balls then in this phase to be able to execute adequately at the death. One thing he'd want to do is to be a bit tidier in this phase of play, because in the back end, you have to appreciate blades will be flying. It's a potential to go at 10, 12s and over. So can he be a little bit tidier in the middle overs and give himself some leeway at the back end, which is the more difficult job.
change of pace to end the over. 11 off it, 53 for 3. Ruston Chase, tall man, he can get bounce here, of course, very familiar with conditions here, having played international cricket but also franchise cricket for the victorious St. Lucia Kings. Jeez, he looks in good touch, Sam Curran. He really is stroking the ball very well. Has been impactful already in this game. Nice little West Indian fan there. Well attired. 58 for 3.
Well, it's been a commendable response from the West Indies in this second innings. After a low total posted. 3 wickets gone, England 58 for 3 after 8 here in St. Lucia. Gurukesh Moti replacing Terence Hines. All sorts of intriguing storylines going around. First time we're seeing Sam Curran bat for this T20 series. He's taking opportunity with both hands. Literally. But opportunity as well for Will Jacks here, I would argue. Mark Butcher.
Yep, just started to show a bit of form. Surrey pair out in the middle will know each other very well, but Jacks played nicely in the win in the second T20 in Barbados. West Indies will be having their problems now during the middle period here when they want to bowl plenty of overs of spin. Ball is collecting moisture from the outfield. Becomes difficult to grip, becomes almost impossible to spin it. But yeah, opportunities for Jacks and Curran.
There's been a lot of celebration here this week. The homecoming of the St. Lucia Kings. First time St. Lucia franchise has won the CPL, and there was all sorts of reason for Aaron Sammy to feel jubilant. And, the minister, Casimir, announced the outer ground in Millet to be refurbished. They're going to name a bit of that highway after Johnson Charles, all sorts. Back to some serious business here, though, in this third T20I.
So what's the feeling around the region about Darren Sammy being allowed to coach a CPL franchise and the national team?
You may have to ask the region that. Clearly that would have been cleared with the Cricket West Indies. So well loved, Darren Sammy, not just in St. Lucia, but across the region and world, isn't he? Manager of men. Not tonight, Mark Butcher. Not tonight. Yeah, he'll certainly be feeling a real come down. It was a wonderful, big event here. It's been a massive year, as you mentioned. Julian Alfred as well, been at the World Travel Market, their big Olympic champion, promoting St. Lucia around the world. And it was this opposition, England, and it was this venue. They rained on spoiled the party to the West Indies in the World Cup. Have a crowd catch there.
It wasn't far away. Ball again, Will Jacks playing for a little bit of turn that isn't there on this surface. The ball just going straight on.
6 from the over, 64 for 3. Akil Hussain picked up 2 in the power play. Alzari 1 as well. Romario Shepherd's been economical. Good start, all things considered.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Akil Hussain has had Phil Salt's number last couple of games, and then Joss Butler won't be happy watching that one back. A little bit of extra bounce from Akil Hussain. And then Jacob Bethel just got done by a bit of pace, I think. Excellent line and length from Alzari Joseph. And Bethel was just caught a little bit, still moving forward as that ball flashed across his outside edge.
5 runs from his first, Austin Chase. You would think that Will Jacks will feel that he could play a bit of a role here, similar to the one Rothman Powell played for the West Indies in the first innings, where he tries to bat through. Sam Curran has started very positively.
He's played beautifully, hasn't he? 23 from 13, and not a slog amongst them.
But it just tells you how well the top order for England's been doing in this series so far. It's the first time we're seeing Karen. We haven't seen Dan Mosley nor Jamie Overton with the bat. So no, just having a look now.
Well, yeah, and that should give West Indies a little bit of solace, really. Pick up a couple of wickets here, you get a middle order exposed that hasn't had to do any work as yet. Perhaps there's a twist in the tail. Those wickets will need to come soon, you feel.
Sam Curran had a good series in the ODIs with the bat. He'll come into these T20s full of confidence.
Well, he's a terrific batter. I mean, most of his roles have involved or revolved around his bowling in the England team. The higher up he bats, the better he is. Just a question as to where and how England fit him in when they are perhaps at full strength, whether or not there is a spot for him in the top 6. It certainly feels that his returns are much greater the higher up the order he bats.
Really decent returns in the ODI. An embarrassment of riches for England. These are good problems to have. Men like Marcus Trescothick. But he's certainly a quality bat. I heard you oohing and eyeing when we were off air. Called it Gower-esque even. That's quite high praise.
Oh yeah, it's just a sort of a really languid bat swing through the offside. A couple of those shots, one off the front foot, one off the back, that just flew through the point region.
"17 runs off the last 3 overs, so at the halfway point here for England, 70 for 3. West Indies can feel decently about that, and it's time now for a Blue Waters drinks break. England won the toss again for this third T20I, sent West Indies in, and they were in all sorts of trouble, 5 down in the power play. But a good knock from the captain, Ricardo Powell, alongside Romario Shepherd, brought them back to a respectable total, I guess. All things considered, 145 for 8, and England now in the chase at the halfway mark, 70 for 3. The captain, Rovman Powell, with a much-needed half-century for his side.
Was it ever needed? Top order crumbled. He came out and played extremely responsibly, showed all of the power and skill that he has, took on Rayan Ahmed, the leg spinner. And given a slightly better start, West Indies might have posted something way beyond that 145.
This may be a change of the ball, wet conditions. And this is where we are, St. Lucia, St. Lucie. They call her the Helen of the Caribbean. So much was she desired by the European powers back in the day. Now we all come and visit a romantic place with a home of the Piton Mountains, gorgeous Caribbean Sea, all sorts of things to do in day and night. Having such a good time here in lovely St. Lucia. So many visitors here who we meet every day in the hotel, at the beach, around in the restaurants, just loving life in Lucia. They'll be particularly happy here as England on the cusp of a series win. And Moti with the ball again. Good first over. 6 from it. But they need wickets here at the West Indies. This total too low to think about containing.
Well, indeed, yeah. And I think if Moti doesn't strike in this over, you might think about bringing Alzari Joseph on from the other end, try and get one.
When your future's so bright, you wear sunglasses at night. Enjoying the sun, no doubt, in the day, and have come out. There are some bright lights here around the stadium with Darren Sammy cricket ground here, to be fair to him. Yeah, Will Jacks would do well, really, to show us his credentials again. He's been brilliant, of course.
He's searching for credentials.
Ahoy, matey. Yeah, some great characters around, aren't they? One of the many lovely things about this game, you know, cricket fans that travel the world to watch this game in a real wonderful, really wonderful spirit. Between the fielders, which should be collected, just still pick up a 2. Shea Hope in the deep doing the work. Bit of a game to forget coming into the T20 11 today. Unfortunate run out. Yeah, you can see lots and lots of water, dampness around, really hard work.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the residual moisture that was there anyway because of the weather. You also got, as night falls, the dew forming on the ground, which the ball picks up.
And you've got 2 set batters.
And that's a problem for the West Indies during this middle phase, and it was back in Barbados. And they're reliant on bowling so many overs of spin during that period. If the spinners can't grip the ball properly and they can't get it to hold and turn off the batting surface, it leaves you very little in the way of weaponry. That's why I think, should England get through this over unscathed, that Joseph needs to come back.
Oh, he's taken the captain with a screamer. The wicket was necessary, required, called for, and taken. The West Indies strike.
Well. Will Jacks gave himself plenty of room. He found the middle of the bat. He just didn't find the gap. Rodman Power was in nice and tight there at extra cover, which narrows down the angle. And he moved very smartly to his left to take an excellent catch. Jacks goes for 32 from 33. England now wobbling 75 for 4.
Liam Livingstone, unbeaten. Last T20. 23 off 11, very handy. And he's in here. Seeing the dismissal of Will Jacks, good catch from the captain, crucial, and delight from his team. It's keeping hope alive here.
Yeah, it's a bonus wicket, that really is. Moti just trying to follow Will Jacks, just fired it leg side. Delight on those faces. Not so much there.
Yeah, just as you asked for. Butch, Alzari Joseph already picked up a wicket today. Into the 11. After a couple of games off.
Yeah. Brought back to take a wicket. Where is that opportunity? Powell is in tight at extra cover again. I think he must attack Liam Livingstone here. Joseph into his third over. Been brought back specifically to pick up a wicket. Will he get a slip in? Potentially a man on the drive, on the offside perhaps. Got to be looking to take a wicket here.
Yeah, and Livingstone's the new batter. Both he and Curran, well experienced. What they're doing out there. Livingstone would be the more vulnerable of the two at this stage.
Where's that slip? Where's that slip? You're right, absolutely right. Man coming to the crease, no matter how well he's played, most vulnerable when you first get to the wicket. Now Zari Joseph has been building up a good head of steam. Just below the 140s. The 2 deliveries in this over so far. These two, Curran and Livingstone, the second ODI back in Antigua, that soaked up a bit of pressure, got to within striking distance and saw England home, or Livingstone saw them home. Curran was dismissed just before the end, but between them they got England over the line, and they do the same today.
Wow, absolutely hammered. Well, it was 29 balls since the last boundary, but that's a big 6. Delighting the crowd here at the Darren Sammy.
Well. Livingstone's first 2 deliveries, it looked as though he would come out to see off Alzari Joseph, dead batting them. And then he dead set smoked him over mid-wicket, danced down the track. Goodness me, what a stroke.
You're so right, Mark Butcher. Everything said he was going to see out Alzari Joseph. I guess we all should have known better. Chip down again. Aggressive intent here. Aggression meets aggression.
Livingstone remonstrating with both officials. I think his point was that he'd run down the pitch and it still went over his head. That one on the apex shot tracker, 75 metres flat-ish.
Oh, opportunity straight up. Puran's there with the glove. He's put it down. He's put it down. He won't be able to believe that. And
They get a reprieve here, England. Well, the West Indies can't believe it.
He overran it. I think he overran it. Pooran got there. He got there no problem. Livingston again trying to take on that short ball, done by the line and a little bit of extra pace. But he gets there and then overruns it. It ends up hitting him on the chest, doesn't really get a glove on it. And that opportunity, the reason Joseph was on, was to pick up the wicket of Livingston before he got himself set. And that moment has come and gone. 83 for 4.
Look at the reaction here for Alzari. Deeply disappointed. He gets a hug from Hetmeyer. Right smile, but they'll know the opportunity missed there, particularly in this circumstance.
Wow. What was that? Lucky it was a dead ball, because had it gone on to Livingston and rolled, it could have easily been a no ball. All of a sudden, after a few quiet overs, the boring periods, as Carlos Brathwaite calls it, this is quite entertaining.
And there's not been many boring periods in this series, far less this game.
Good option. Yeah, he's had to bowl with a wet ball throughout the series, Morty, because they bowl second in every game. At times it's caused him to miss his length.
Yeah, Pooran spoke very eloquently pre one of the games about winning important moments, and he would have been well aware that he would have let the team down in that moment. There would have been a microscope on Alzari Joseph and what his reaction would be, and he gave us none. He walked back to his mark. Don't think he was happy. Neither is this man on screen.
That likely was another drop. And the reaction of Pooran and Moti says it all.
Big deviation. I don't think we need ultra edge to confirm.
Good change of pace though, Carlos. 90, 84, 92, and then 106.5 kilometers per hour. Surprised Livingston. We dismissed in the ODI series, remember. No short, fine leg. Joseph is all the way at backward square, so a couple of runs.
And these two moments, unfortunately, both Nicholas Pooran. Sympathy for the second one. First one was a bad drop. We just feel as though that was a chance for West Indies to get back into the game.
Will they go Joseph again and be aggressive? Maybe Akil Hossain. 89 for 4. 57 needed for England to win the series. West Indies were improved today in the power play. Bit of that, bit of England's intent being a bit different probably, given that they're chasing a low total. Shepherd bowled 1 in the power play. Sorry, 2 in the power play. First and fourth over went for just 11. Been a revolutionary year for Sam Curran actually, and it's nicely ending for him. I think we saw a flash of his ODI scores, and the way he went about things then was responsible, was very effective in the conditions. But also you think back a bit earlier this year, he showed another side in the T20 Blast where he scored 100 for Surrey, averaged 60. And in the series with ball in hand, for so long he's been their new ball option. Now he's been asked to do a different role, and in the middle specifically has kept things really tight and built pressure. So he's showing you flexibility. I will get there, and you've obviously seen him for a while playing a lot of your cricket in England, Carlos, but clearly he's showing you that he can offer you a lot. And I think Bish always says make yourself indispensable. Even though he's been out of favour in the test team, etc., he's still showing that there's a reason why they need to pick him.
Yeah, and I think he is a picture of what I'd love to see more in the West Indies. A lot of times we get all-rounders and we pigeonhole them bowling-wise and a few late order runs. Good work on the boundary by Hetma. To his right the ball before, to his left this one. Shepherd grimacing and a pinch of his groin, not a long follow through. Just to keep an eye on him and his fitness. Walking into a limp of sorts.
Joseph has brought a message from Darren Sammy to Shepherd. Six times Shepherd has got him, 3 in one-day international cricket, 3 in T20Is. Recently as the ODI series this year.
Just to elaborate on the Sam Curran point, I think you look at Sam Curran, you look at Ben Stokes, Mitch Marsh. A lot of times we have all-rounders. Call a few names: Shamar Springer, Matthew Ford even, and myself and Bish spoke about it. All-rounders who are good with the bat at underage level and all the way up, but find themselves in the first-class team because of their prowess with the ball, albeit not quick. Can we find more of a job for them? We'd have to reload that. Can we find more of a job for our all-rounders with bat in hand? Put some pressure on the batters from 1 to 5, 1 to 6. One thing West Indies white ball teams can do with is a 6th option that's proficient enough with the bat to be able to make the team as either batter or bowler. At this point in time, most of our all-rounders, we bat them from 7 to 9. Can we give them more of a role, potentially first-class level, regional Super 50, etc., with the bat at 5 and 6, maybe even 4 on occasion?
Get back to it next over. 98 for 4. great sign for the West Indies. Hope he's not too serious, because seeing his progression with bat in hand, he's bowled well. Last couple of T20Is. He has one of Joseph left, two of Akil Hossain, who we haven't seen return since the power play. Shamar Springer onto the field, and another all-rounder there, Carlos, who you mentioned in the last over. And you probably are the perfect person to speak about that. I mean, when you were in the prime of your career, and you're still playing, in the prime of your career, how did you manage the dual responsibility, and also what role did you find yourself was best at playing?
But I always loved batting, especially in red ball cricket. In white ball cricket, I enjoyed bowling a little bit more, trying to outfox batters, and then as it came on a little bit closer to the end is not there yet, but tried to develop myself into a death specialist. But I do find, and I've spoken to numerous youngsters on occasion, batting in red ball cricket is so important for the development of any player. So if we can get our all-rounders, instead of batting them at 7 and 8, to potentially be a first change bowler in first class or limited overs cricket, can we give them more responsibility with the bat? It would put a little bit more pressure on our frontline batters that don't bowl, and it would also open a few slots for out-and-out fast bowlers. And the way our first class cricket is played, lots of wickets fall. 4 fell for England on their way to 100, 46 needed off 34. The common trend is to play loads of batters and then have an all-rounder that can potentially bowl the new ball to fill in. Can we reverse that? Change it culturally. Allow the fast bowlers to run in. Give them the opportunity to play a few games on the bounce with the responsibility of running and bowl fast. The all-rounders with the responsibility to put a score on the board in addition to their bowling. And I think if that was the culture, look at someone like myself, Jason Holder. Jason Holder flirted with batting at 6. 7 on occasion, probably for majority of his career. Could we have had who was the #1 all-rounder in the world for a period of time, batting at 5 or 6, take some of the strain off his bowling responsibility and developed a few fast bowlers. One of the 3 of them may be vying for that fast bowler spot. Victorious St. Lucia Kings donning the jersey. But I think it's something culturally that we have to decide how we want to go. How can we develop fast bowlers? How can we put pressure on our batters?
You said something there, and obviously the T20 format was your main format, but you've got a first class 100. You're punching me to say you've got 3 test 50s as well, but something to think about a lot. Did the first class system and red ball cricket, longer formats, help your T20 batting? And can we ask some of our T20 players to play more red ball cricket? They're struggling with that wet ball and wet seam.
Probably feels like holding a bar of soap at the end of a shower, and Morty's been asked to grip it and spin it. But the answer to that, the short answer to that is yes. When you're playing red ball cricket, you're facing more deliveries, you're developing the art of batsmanship. It aids your white ball game to no end. I definitely advise any player on the way up play as much red ball cricket as you can. I think the challenge with T20 stars, there's so much other cricket to play. You have to weigh playing red ball cricket and being compensated financially. So where do you go? How do you find the balance? Communication between board and players mightily important. Even trying to get players to play 2 or 3 first-class games at the height of the T20 prowess can always be a real good reset. But I'd be naive if I didn't appreciate the finances on show and available for players in this day and age, and the propensity to want to maximize the financial earnings before the end of the career. So it's a fine balance, finance versus form.
Straight, big, very good from Curran. This has been a statement piece for him and his batting. 108 for 4.
Really good base, head position, and a swing through the line. It went straight, but it wasn't with a vertical bat. Almost a straight slap, but very safe.
Yeah, 66 for 1 in the middle. After they lost 3 early in that power play. Improvement, slight improvement from the West Indies, and you saw how much Joseph has helped his bowling attack. But the way Curran has taken on the responsibility, added responsibility, and in the end taken on his matchup apex shot tracker. Lift 83 meters. Yeah, finally Robin Powell has been begging, you could say, for a change of ball. Adventure and beauty, hilly terrain, one of the Windward Islands here, St. Lucia. A lot to offer. There's a bit of beach, there's a bit of mountain and hills. Of course, the cuisine and culture is there as well. You can finish your day off with nice refreshment, a beverage at one of the spectacular points, tourist attractions where Carlos will be tomorrow. Don't miss your chance to come to the Caribbean and come to St. Lucia. And we do have 3 more games, or 2 more games after tonight in St. Lucia, thank God, coming up on Saturday and Sunday. Day off tomorrow, and then we'll be back on Saturday. And the West Indies will be hoping, very slim chance at the moment, but hoping that there's still something to play for in that 4th T20I. Good to see Shepherd back on the field. I think in the context of the ball being wet, 2 overs, none for 11 from Chase, and 1 for 27, even after going for that 6 motif in his 4. Only 1 boundary conceded between the 2 of them. I think West Indies will be happy with that, given the conditions and the wet ball. I wondered if this was the over, Carlos. Given the game is slipping away, partnership building, this was the over to go back to Azari Joseph.
Yeah, it does strike you as a defensive option. But as you said, the game is slipping away. This would be 2nd game in succession that Terence Hines would have played and not really had a chance, to be fair, to make an impact. And I guess Robin Powell is saying you are good enough to play at this level. He's given him the opportunity to make an impact.
There's that wide plan that he's known for bowling. To be honest, Shepherd tried to go wide to Livingston in the last game. He hit him for 3 boundaries to win the game. He's quickly rubbished that reputation that he has of bowling wide of off stump, the way he's batted in this trip to the Caribbean.
Yeah, but even from that replay, like what we saw there from Terence, it's outside of the wide line. You know the batter will come across, you get a little bit of leeway. I prefer to err on the side of too wide if you're bowling with this plan, rather than cheating, trying to slide into the stump. That one's a little too wide, but the idea and the mindset shift to bowling at the back end, if there is this wide plan, must always be if I bowl a few wides, okay. You look at it in the sense that if you come straight and get banged down the ground for 2 sixes, that's 12. If you bowl 4 wides and then go for 4 singles, that's 8 or 4 deliveries. That's the mindset shift.
Wide and it's gone to Puran. Let's have the deep point for Curran, pushing the ball across him from over the wicket along with deep cover. Mid-off, or long off, sorry, comes into the circle with 3 deep on the leg side. Had a slit, so it's really good judgment from Shea Hope, even after falling, that he's still able to complete the catch. And finally, Terence Hines has his first T20 international wicket, and it's a big one.
Reward for commitment. Wide of off stump, pace on this time. And a flash from Curran, a slip from Hope. But finally, a wicket for Terence Hines. And hopefully this is a celebration that we can see many more times at this level. Sam Curran has been good. 41 off 26, England 114 for 5.
Dan Mosley has had work to do with ball in hand in this series. First T20I innings, and as you said, Carter's commitment to a plan, going wide of off stump with the angle and a deep point in place. And a nice celebration at the end, tribute to some of his close family that he lost during the pandemic. He's had that celebration from the time he's began playing, actually. As you said, even though the couple of wides in the over, he still tried to bowl his best delivery or his best ploy of getting a wicket, which is wide.
And this might be a slightly different proposition now because a new batter in Mosley. The game is still in the hands of England. We have the opportunity with a good 3 balls to finish from Hines and another good 6 from the other end to just make it a little trickier. So potentially you want to keep the stumps in play, hit a good length. So you have to change his skill set. Just like that. Good skill on show. To be able to commit to pace off and wide to the right-hander Livingston, then be successful wide to Sam Curran, who was in and taking the game away from West Indies, but then to shift a ball later, change your feel and hit the deck in only a second game. There's a lot to love about Terence Hines, and he's definitely proven that he can provide an impact at this level.
Critically as well, made the save and stopped the single, which would have brought Livingston on strike. So West Indies could have 2 opportunities to bowl at a new batter.
Good pressure.
I think this over is the perfect example of commitment. You look at the bottom right of screen, wide, 2, wide. The second wide after the 2 was also a fumble by the keeper, which allowed the left-handed Curran to get on strike. But then he got a wicket. And then he showed his skill to not only go wide, but to come on a good length, come straight to the new batter. Got away with a 2, nice shot from Dan Mosley, but since then, 2 dots. And now you're faced with one more delivery in this over. Potentially want to keep Dan Mosley on strike and give him a single, but he's brought his team back into the game.
It clears Hetmeyer even without the win tonight. The ability of Dan Mosley, he's got talent. 1-2-2 for 5.
Hitting length again, but Mosley down the trap. Hetmeyer was in the frame for a little bit. He's awfully far off the boundary, to the dismay of Terrence Hines. A little bit of relief for the skipper.
.74-meter hit from Mosley. More importantly, it's a runner ball required for England. With 5 wickets in hand, West Indies have certainly bowled better tonight. You can't say the same about the batting. Akeal Hussain, who bowled very well in the power play. Thought they might have stuck him with an over a little bit earlier than this one, Akeal, given how well he bowled in the power play. But close to home, Mark Butcher, 24 from 23.
Yeah, that's 6 from Mosley, who was showing himself to have a really good temperament, both at the end of the innings with ball in hand, wants to be involved. Trying to see England home here as well, in league with Livingston.
Hetmeyer drops it. Another one goes down for the West Indies after Puran put down 2 off Livingston. Might need to buy a lottery ticket tonight, Livingston.
He is living dangerously. More lives than a cat. 3rd time he's been dropped. I mean, the 2 in consecutive overs were absolutely critical for the West Indies. Puran was guilty both times, and this time it was Hetmeyer. Difficult chance diving forward. Livingston lives to fight. Another delivery.
Zari very fine at deep point for that reverse sweep. Skid low. Taken this time by the same man, Hetmeyer, who missed the opportunity earlier. Akeal Hussain has been outstanding, simply superb all series.
We had a chat right at the beginning of the innings about Akeal Hussain and whether or not West Indies were getting best value out of him despite his brilliance in the power play. Whether or not he could be a wicket taker for them in the middle and in the main part of the run chase. So accurate is he, so clever is he, that he picks them up any time you ask. Mosley goes for 8, 1, 2, 3 for 6, it's getting twitchy.
Big hitting Jamie Overton, very strong down the ground. Now Zari Joseph has one available to him. Shepherd has one available to him. Who goes next one?
Mosley looking to deal in boundaries. There's a big gap there for him to knock it through for one, but he wanted four. Caught a decent piece of it. Hetmeyer on this occasion smothered it, and it stayed in the hands.
Three runs off the over and the wicket. 1, 2, 5, 4, 6. They've been much better, the West Indies, with the ball. Alzari Joseph came back into the 11. One of a couple of changes the West Indies made, one of 3 changes. Picked up a wicket. And now he's back. He's got a deep, wide third. A deep point and 3 deep fielders onside. You know that Livingston's going to look to play big shots.
It's been contrasting innings with the brilliant 100 he scored in Antigua. It's been a lot more frantic, a lot more trigger happy in terms of the big shot today. He's got away with it 3 times.
Ouch. Nadelhurt tried to go Yorker.
Yeah, now Alzari Joseph, Livingston is thinking about the short wide ball or the wide delivery, and Alzari tried to outfox him with a slower ball off cutter in at the stumps. Missed his mark and paid.
If you take him outside off again or try. Really good pace.
Yeah, that was good heat. Cross seam flew through to Nicholas Porat. What difference it makes having a class quick bowler in your lineup for the West Indies.
Good arm from Hetmeyer, but they get back for 2.
Would have been gone. Great effort from Hetmeyer. Having to straighten up his line, sprinting to his right, and then turning and getting power into the throat. Overton was struggling.
He's crunched that to the raised arms of one or two English fans, exactly where it travelled into the grass banks.
Some shot this from Liam Livingstone, and we shouldn't be surprised. He's always looking for the opportunity to unleash this pull shot. Just loads up on that back leg, high back lift, and swings hard. Wonderful connection, and it was 6 from the second it left the bat. And that's made the equation a little bit more simple for the travelling fans and players.
He's been so good on this tour, Liam Livingstone, first in the ODIs, now here in the T20s to finish off the contest. 1 for 1 for 6. Five to win. As England has done all through this T20 series, their dot ball count very low.
Well, West Indies have had their chances. I mean, we'll definitely go through it at the end, Ian Bishop. Watch Liam Livingstone again, just loading up. Picks the slower ball, the pace-off delivery, finds the gap with murderous intent. They've had their chances in the field, dropped 3 important catches. The 2 in consecutive overs off Livingstone were critical. Gone. But is it too little too late? They finally hang on to one off Liam Livingstone. Of course it's Akil Hussain who's been a model of excellence today. It won't be Livingstone seeing England home this evening, but he's done a fine job in getting them mighty close.
He's used the pitch very well, Akil Hussain. It's not a pitch that has spun a lot, and the ball would be moist. 4 for 20 tonight so far is outstanding. An important 39 to Livingstone. 1 for 2 for 7. Four to get.
Livingstone trying to finish it in style. Shepherd gets in the road. Hussain has 4. Going back to the summary, Bish. Catches, yep, very important, but the batting today. Well, it was excusable relatively in Barbados in that second T20 international. Conditions changed wildly between first innings and second, but today, my goodness me. Reckless doesn't even cover it.
top order batting in the series hasn't been good enough by any stretch. Good night's work for Akil Hussain, 4 for 22, 144 for 7. Terence Hines, who's picked up his first T20 international wicket of Sam Curran, with 2 required from the last over. We're hoping for a miracle. It'll be an emotional time for Hines, who's lost 4 or 5 family members to COVID, etc. At a belated age, he's come into international cricket.
Scores a level. West Indies have fought hard here. It's the only game in the series so far to go to the 20th over. England pulverised them in the first 2 matches in Barbados. You can't help but thinking, those 2 gentlemen up there in the West Indies dressing room, can't help but thinking that with a bit more grey matter involved in the batting, that this one might well have been even closer. Rayan Ahmed goes over the top. 1 bounce 4. And series wins that have been few and far between for England under the captaincy of Jos Buttler have picked up an excellent win here against the West Indies. It's not been a happy hunting ground for them by any stretch in the last couple of years, but they have finished this one off emphatically. And for the West Indies, it's time for a bit of deep thought and reflection as to where they go from here in the last 2 matches here in St Lucia.
Getting different players to stand up with the bat throughout the T20 International Series has been integral for Jos Buttler. Salt's 100, Buttler himself with the bat in the second one. I'd be very happy. I thought his leadership, his attacking captaincy was as integral in this game to getting early wickets of Evan Lewis, of Shea Hope by the run-out route, of Nicholas Pooran. Creating pressure was instrumental in the decisive game as we look at it now in the series to win by 3 wickets.
Yeah, agreed. We're looking at a Jos Buttler 2.0 in terms of his captaincy. 4 months out of the game, a bit of reflection as to how he wanted to go about it, how he wanted to lead England teams. If you remember, he took over from Owen Morgan at a time he wasn't expecting to. Owen retired during a series in the Netherlands, and Jos took over straight away. Over a successful team, a successful white ball team, won a World Cup. Since then, since 2022, things have been rather difficult for him and for England in white ball cricket. There certainly did appear to be more of a statement in terms of his captaincy and the way that he wanted his teams, particularly his bowlers, to go about hunting for wickets, attacking at all times. even though England had the better of the conditions, you would say, in all three of these T20 internationals so far, they have utilised what they've been given in a way that the West Indies couldn't match. Handshakes all round, as you'd expect. Games played here in excellent spirit between players who know each other extremely well. But there will be disappointment behind those eyes of Darren Sammy that they haven't put on a better show for their home fans. So Salt with a rare failure in the West Indies to go with the one in the last T20 international in Barbados. Jacks with 32 from 33, again showing signs of coming to terms with his role at the top of the order. Josh Buttler went, so did Bethel very quickly, and the West Indies were in the game. Sam Curran and Liam Livingstone, as they have done on more than one occasion during this tour, had other ideas and very nearly put the game to bed before Curran was dismissed. Livingstone disappointed not to be there at the very end, but once again showed how dangerous he is at the back end of an innings, and it was left to Overton and Rayan Ahmed to finish things off.
Zari Joseph with 1 for 37 on return. Could have had more actually had Livingstone dropped on 6 by Nicholas Puran, and 8 as well off Moti. Liam Livingstone then put down by Hetmeyer. Hussain was outstanding. He's been outstanding all the way through this series with the ball. 4 for 22, his second best figures in international cricket, and a wicket apiece for Hines, who picked up his first international wicket. 1 for 27 for Moti, who was very solid with a wet ball. England won by 3 wickets after winning the toss again, restricting the West Indies to 145 for 8, and then chasing it courtesy Curran, who's batted well in the ODIs, and Livingstone, who lived a charmed life. CG United moment. CG United moment of the match. The run out of Shea Hope in the first over. Jacob Bethel with a direct hit. And that started a downfall of 5 wickets in the power play. An excellent throw. He's a brilliant fielder. And this is just a snapshot moment of the match, CG United. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll hear from the captains. Back here in St. Lucia, confirmation of the way this tour has gone so far. West Indies taking the ODI series 2-1, and England now with an unassailable 3-0 lead in the T20I series. It's been an interesting series. Win the toss, win the game. Let's join Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of this third T20I of the Cricket West Indies T20I series between the West Indies and England. First of all, we have to thank our official sponsors of the series, CG United, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron, and the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. First order of business, we'll present the Player of the Match award to Saqib Mahmood for 3 for 17, and he collects his award from the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honourable Philip J. Pierre. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for gracing us with your presence tonight. Thank you very much, Saqib, and we'll have a chat with you as well. So, 9 wickets in the series. When you reflect on these 3 games, what are you most pleased about?
I think obviously as a bowling unit, we've always had that mindset of looking to take wickets, and you know, you see this West Indies batting lineup and they're pretty stacked the whole way down, and I think we've kept that mindset within ourselves, and yeah, every game we haven't held back with the ball as they haven't with the bat, and yeah, luckily we've taken inroads every game.
You haven't always done very well in T20 international power plays in the past. What has been different in this series?
I just feel freer, to be honest. Like I think when I've played in the past, I've always felt like I've kept someone else's spot warm, whereas coming into this, it feels like my own, and you can really express yourself and always look to take the brave option. And yeah, it's just freed me up in that sense.
Tell us about the importance of the role Joffa Archer has played in helping you in these last 2 power plays.
Yeah, look, we've got on, me and Joffa are really good mates, and I think we complement each other quite well, and we communicate. You'll see us out there trying to see what the ball's doing and how best to go about it. So I think we have that relationship, and yeah, these last 2 games have gone well.
And you were here in 2022 when you guys had a rough time in Barbados to get the series win. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, amazing. Look, sitting in there at the back end, I didn't really want to bat. If the series gets to 2-1, it can get a bit niggly with back-to-back games. So it's nice to obviously get it convincingly at 3-0, and then, yeah, hopefully 2 more games to go and win both of those.
All right, really well done. Another player of the match for you. Continue to do well.
Thank you.
Saqib Mahmood, today's player of the match. We'll now ask West Indian captain Robman Powell to come forward. Robman, hard luck again today. We have to start at the batting, 39 for 5. How would you assess the performance of your top 5 in the series?
I think it's a bit disappointing. We keep losing wickets in the power play. We keep losing wickets in clusters as a batting group. It's something we highlighted, but it just didn't come off tonight.
What were the discussions around the approach specifically coming into today's game?
I think it's a case of us being our natural self. We know we are stroke players. We know we're going to come out aggressive. But that little element of being smart is missing. But having said that, I think Saturday provides an opportunity for us to slowly turn it around.
And how do you find the balance between trying to keep wickets in hand and also trying to go too hard at the beginning of the innings?
I think it's a case of if you lose wickets in clusters, you lose wickets in the power play, then the middle overs just become a rotating factor. You can't go as hard as you would want in the middle overs and the back end. Fortunately for us today, myself and Sheppy, we found a little partnership and put us to a score where we think we could have defended.
Let's talk about your bowling. Were you pleased and sort of slightly happy with the way you guys bowled tonight?
Yeah, I think the execution was proper. We sat and we talk about better execution, especially against quality England batters. And I think tonight the execution was a lot better.
What importance do you place on your fielding? This is now the 2nd series where catches have costed you guys.
Yeah, it's something that we have to look on from a personal standpoint. Whether guys have to take more catches or guys just not getting in the drop zone as early as possible. I think fielding is a collective effort. So once we keep as individuals keep getting better, then the team will eventually get better.
A word on Akil Hossein's series performance?
I think he has been fantastic. When we are 3-love down, and he has been, if you should look between both teams, he has been one of the standout performers of the series so far. It's just unfortunate that during the games, only 1 or 2 players standing up, but Akil have been fantastic for us.
And for the fans, why are these next 2 games still important to you guys?
They are very, very important. It's 2 very good T20 teams. England is a world-class team, and we as a T20 unit been playing some very good cricket. Saturday and Sunday provides an opportunity for the fans to come out and watch 2 good games of cricket.
All right, we'll see you then. Hard
Thanks,
luck
man.
tonight. Robin Powell will now ask Joss Butler, who is winning captain, winning the series as well. Joss, you guys haven't won a lot of series since that World Cup a couple of years ago. What has pleased and impressed you the most, reflecting on the aspects of the win?
Yeah, I think real collective effort to win the series, which has been fantastic. I think we've started so well with the ball and really set the tone in every game. And Jofra and Saqib in particular picking up early wickets and putting the West Indies under pressure straight away in the game.
Just on Saqib, what were the conversations you had with him personally coming into this series?
None really, just to go out there and enjoy himself. You know, it's great for him to be back in the England shirt and know how he's missed some cricket over the last few years, so he's just delighted to be back out there. He's attacking and trying to take wickets, and you can see the lengths he bowls. He's never really put off. He's always getting the ball up there and giving the best chance of taking the wickets.
And the way that your batting lineup have sort of adapted to the various conditions throughout the series and even in the ODI series at times, where do you think the future of England white ball batting lies given this series win?
Yeah, I think we're in a really strong place. There's obviously a few guys who aren't here as well who are top players, so there's great competition for places, and it's been nice to see the growth in some of the players here as well. And I think what's been really pleasing is different players stepping up at different times. I thought Sam Curran batted outstandingly well today and really maturely and sort of scored really well and took the pressure off the other guys. And yeah, as I said, in each game so far and in the ODIs as well, different players putting their hand up, which has been great.
I know you won the T20 World Cup, but you guys have not had a great time coming to the Caribbean. Where does this series rank in terms of your achievements?
Yeah, we're obviously delighted. You know, I think you know, it's easy to not put as much emphasis on bilateral cricket sometimes with the schedule these days, but it's really important to us. You know, it's build the habits of winning games, winning series, get lots of confidence in the dressing room to take forward. So we're delighted today.
And you'll be searching for 5-0?
Yeah, we just want to keep playing well, and no, I think you're always searching for the perfect performance. There's always things that you can improve along the way, and like I said, we've got a really hungry dressing room there, so we're really looking forward to the next two matches.
Well done.
Thank you.
A reflection on how the decisive third T20 international went. West Indies put into bat again, managed to get to 145 for 8. They were 5 down in the power play, but Powell and Shepherd restored things just a touch in the middle before Joseph got a vital 21 at the end. Saqib and Overton were very good, and England getting runs today from Curran and Livingston and Jacks to take it home by 3 wickets and a 3-0 lead, unassailable in the 5-match series. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have some more analysis for you. Don't go away.
Welcome back to St. Lucia, where it's a 3-wicket win for England, who have sealed the T20 International Series here. West Indies sent in to bat and lost 5 wickets in the power play, managed to pull it back to 145 for 8. But England's Sam Curran, Liam Livingstone, lucky Liam tonight, put down 3 times. Will Jacks managed to get there for England. Really outstanding bowling from Saqib and Overton for England, and Akeem Hussain, the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies. Great to have you guys here, Mark Butcher and Carlos Bradford, with me to wrap up and have a look back. Gentlemen, Shea Hope's run out in the first over did not bode well, did it? But 5 power play wickets for the West Indies. Would you like to start, Carlos?
I don't think any West Indian would love to start. But yeah, it was a calamitous display. I think if you look at it here, is it Evan's call? Is it Shea's call? Is it miscommunication? Misjudgment? Evan Lewis falling to the pull again. Not a night to remember for Nicholas Pooran. This is how it started with his dismissal. And then Roston Chase lured into a drive ball before, unsuccessfully on that occasion. Then Hetmeyer advancing down the track and being caught out. At some point in time, the penny has to drop where the batters take a little bit more responsibility. They can't continue to know that the batting conditions in the second innings will be better, so they try to go harder than they need to. Play what's in front of you. Take what comes and do the best you can with it, as opposed to trying to reinvent the wheel and be, I think, too smart. If 180 is the target, get 180. And you put yourself in a position that you can potentially get to 195, 200. They're trying to get 210 and then falling short at 145.
Yeah, disappointing from the West Indies top order, but not to take anything away from Saqib Mahmood, who's been outstanding all series long. 3 for 17, player of the match tonight.
Yeah, listening to Josh Butler talking about Saqib and the trials and tribulations he's had with his fitness and the fact that he's delighted to be back playing top-level cricket again. But the one thing about him has been just the way that he has gone about his bowling with that new ball, knowing that there's going to be a little bit of movement, bowling first in these conditions. He's pitched the ball up, he's kept the stumps in play, he's been clever enough to draw batters into drives when he's got a little bit of movement going away happening. He's come back at the back end and used the shorter ball to great effect as well. But his bowling with the new ball and Josh Butler's captaincy with both him and Jofra Archer has been all about making sure that you take wickets. The fact that the West Indies willingly jumped off the cliff today, I mean, I was astounding by that. Given that what we know about losing the toss, and given that we know that there is going to be movement in that power play, the fact that the batting lineup came out for the 3rd consecutive time and just swung at everything until they were actually 5 down for 39 in the power play was mind-blowing to me. And you can talk about, sort of like putting pressure on the opposition all you like. For me, that's taking all the pressure off yourself, because you're not, as Carlos used the word, responsibility. No one was willing to go out there and go, you know what, this might be hard for 5 or 6 overs, so I'm going to try and do something to see my way through it, and then see what happens when it flattens out, which it did, which is why Powell and co managed to put on the partnership that they did, because the conditions get better. But if you throw your wicket away before that chance comes, then you've got no chance. But take nothing away from Saqib. He was legendary in this series.
Yes, indeed. Well, I actually thought the expression you used on commentary, Harry Carey, was particularly apt. But there was a good bright spark for the West Indies, which was the captain again, Carlos. Rovman Powell.
Yeah, Rovman Powell was good. Under, I wouldn't say pressure of sorts, but he knew he could offer more with the bat. And I think the way he's handled the attacking of the spin and the playing of the spin has been really nice on his part. I think that's a beautiful shot using his feet. And I think what you said there, Butch, because we're West Indians, we know the power we have. There was a CPL where it was difficult pitch to start on, and teams would be 4 and 5 down in the first 10 and still get 180. That's still quite very possible. And as you said, if started an hour later, so it means you had a little bit more of that sweet time to bat. But if you're 5 down in the power play, you lose all chance of maximizing any potential that you'd have to make the most of it. Rovman Powell tried his best, and you're then asking him to play those shots, but in between those shots, you can't be as expressive as you'd want. And as a result, 50, a little slower than he would want as well, but it was very necessary. So can the top order give him a little bit more to begin with to come in with on the tins, so he can be a little bit more expressive and turn those 50 off 40 balls into potentially 50 off 25, maybe even 60 and 70 that could take West Indies to a winning total.
Yeah, and you're right that the captain has been under scrutiny. He got his half century tonight and he was the top scorer in the last T20. So he was pulling it back there for the West Indies, but Jamie Overton, back in England colours, back fit, well, he bowled beautifully tonight and
he did.
restricted
I
them.
mean, one of a number of positives for England out of this trip. You've got players waiting to come back in, first choice players, but England have been desperate to find somebody who can do this. Ever since Liam Plunkett retired, really, or was retired, is a bowler that can come in, bowl a heavy ball, mix his pace up in the middle overs and pick up wickets for you on a consistent basis. Now that 3 for 20 to go along with the wickets that he took earlier on in the series is a massive, massive bonus, not only for him, Joss Buttler, but also for the England selectors, that they've kind of, people raised eyebrows when he was picked on the tour. Oh, he's not been bowling. He doesn't, you know, he barely bowls when he's playing for Surrey, etc. They know that they've got a guy there who has the potential to play an unbelievably important role for England in tournament play, and so that's a huge tick for England and a great tick for him as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, so 145 for 8 was actually what West Indies were restricted to, and then the West Indian bowlers, Carlos, ironically, came out and bowled beautifully. Akil Hussain and Alzari. Akil picked up 2, Alzari won 3 in the power play. Yeah, Akil has been great all series, with Lick sharing at the other end. He's held his own, his composure. We have a look at those wickets. Cramping, Phil Salt for room. Same thing for Joss Buttler. Salt bowled, Buttler caught. He's shown the ability to get that extra bit of bounce. Alzari Joseph, beautiful, absolutely beautiful, just taking the edge. 3/4 seam, not trying to swing it back, just trying to keep it angling on with the seam, and that was the quickest ball of his spell in the power play, upwards of 140k.
It was a massive bonus to have Alzari back. Also, I think it was very smart not to sort of blow all of Akil's overs in the first sort of 8 overs of the game. We know he's brilliant in the power play, but my sneaking suspicion is that if West Indies are looking for somebody to take more wickets for them in the middle part of the innings, Akil's your man, because he is smart enough and has enough variation and is difficult enough to hit that he will get batters out during the middle part of the innings, where some of the other spinners who are a little bit less quick through the air will struggle. So I reckon you've got an answer to one of your questions there, the West Indies, in somebody that can take you wickets in the middle. Just don't burn him out in the early stages.
Yeah, well, he was outstanding tonight with 4 for 22, and he was let down, wasn't he, by his field a couple of times that Liam Livingstone put down.
Yeah, he normally is the top of the innings bowler, and Morty comes into play a little bit more where he can use his guile, but his guile is more traditional. Akil's guile is more modern day, so you're talking about that finger drifter, you're talking about extra bounce coming over, top spinning almost, akin to a Nathan Lyon, albeit him in the red ball game. So can we use both Morty and Akil in a wicket-taking capacity? Morty's been slightly off colour in this series, and that's why it's a team sport. When one person falls short, one person picks up the slack. But I think to pigeonhole Akil into a power play bowler alone is doing a disservice to his ability and what he's shown, how he's risen in the rankings. I think just the balancing act is, how can you get wickets in the middle? How can you use those fast bowlers? And how can you use the differing skill sets of the left-arm spinners to aid the advances of the team?
Yeah, let's talk about England now. England, the victors here today after an early wobble, losing 3 in the power play. Really, Sam Curran's innings, outstanding. He looked stylish, didn't he?
Yeah,
Confident.
brought up the order again when Bethel got out early, and he started off like a train, just glorious, just orthodox stroke play really, which was something that we didn't see a massive amount of on this pitch. But he scored at a faster rate than pretty much anybody else in the game, just playing very, very normally. The more responsibility that Sam Curran has in England's batting order, the better he plays. He's much more of a sort of a touch player, much more of a top order batter than he is a sort of 7, 8, 9 slugger, which is where he ends up being used by England. Not because they think that's his best spot, because that's kind of often where he ends up being able to fit in. The interesting question will be when the likes of Brook and co come back, whether England can find a spot for Sam Curran in that top 6. Because if they don't, then they might have a struggle fitting him into the team altogether. But he's a really fine player. He's probably, you know, Alex Stewart said to me 6 or 7 years ago, he'll end up being a much better batter than he is a bowler, and that's kind of playing out as he gets a little bit older and as his overs become less and less in England white ball teams.
Yeah, there's some irony here today because, you know, the West Indies lost 5 wickets in that power play, but it's actually the smallest margin of victory in any of the T20 internationals. The field just didn't support the bowlers today. A lot of drop catches, Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, it was a wet, dreary night for the West Indies from the beginning to the end, and this is a vital period. This is back-to-back deliveries. Aljai Joseph came into the attack to get Liam Livingstone out, created the chance, and it was grassed, and then 2 subsequent chances as well. So, funny enough, Pooran is the person that said it. West Indies have to understand when there are big moments and win them. Tonight, that was a big moment. You never know how the game would have unfolded, as cliched as it is, game of glorious uncertainties. But when the skipper brings back the premier fast bowler to get the informed batter out and he creates a chance, you have to take it. Absolutely have to take it. And then following that easy chance, it was obviously a more difficult one off the spinner. I would have sympathy for him with that one, but the first one has to be taken, and then Shimron Hetmyer has to take that one on the boundary. Not straightforward, the third one either, but if you're aspiring to be a team that's going to win World Cups and win series, as they have done, when the batting isn't up to par, the fielding follows. And when you get your fielding right, more often than not, your batting comes up to par as well. So I don't know which comes first, chicken or the egg, but the batting and the fielding needs to be sorted quickly.
Yes, indeed, indeed. You must capitalize on the big moments. Thank you so much, Carlos Brathwaite. Thank you to you, Mark Butcher. It's a warm congratulations to England, who have sealed the series victory here tonight with the 3rd victory in the T20 International Series. We've got 4 and 5 to come, though. On the weekend, we continue the action here from St. Lucia and from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Looking forward to that. Join us Saturday. We'll be on air from 3:30 p.m. local time. Thank you so much for watching on behalf of the whole team here. We'll see you on the weekend.
Come on then, Razor.
ball, eh? No ball. No ball, eh?